कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यसेम देवहितैर्यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्ष्यो हरिष्ठनेमिः स्वस्ति न बृहस्पतिर्ददातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ अग्ने नय सुपताराये अस्मान् विश्वानि देववयुनानि विद्वान् युयोध्यस्मज्जुहुराणमेनो वो इस्तान्ते नम भुक्तिं विदेम ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ आब्रह्मन् ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्मवर्चसी जायताम् आराष्ट्रे राजन्यः शूरैषभ्यो अतिव्याधि महारथो जायताम् दोग्ध्रीं धेनुर्वोढा नड्वान् आसु सप्तिः पुरन्धिर्योषा जिष्णारते स्थाः सभेयो युवा अस्य यजमानस्य वीरो जायताम् निकामे निकामेन पर्जन्यो न वर्षतु फलवत्यो न वोषधयः पच्यन्तां योगक्षेमो न कल्पेताम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ आप्यायन्तु ममाङ्गानि वाक्प्राणचक्षुः स्तोत्रमतो बलमिन्द्रियाणि च सर्वाणि सर्वो ब्रह्मोपनिषदम् माहं ब्रह्म निराकुर्यात् मा ब्रह्म निराकरोतु अनिराकरणम् अस्तु अनिराकरणं मे अस्तु तदात्मनिरतेय उपनिषत्सु धर्माः ते मयि सन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ पूर्णमद पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम नमस्ते.
Thank you, Shivalinga. Hari Om, everybody. Welcome to the 30th NVAK Annual Day celebrations. We'll have 2 days of programs on the 28th and 29th of December. And the theme for the Annual Day celebrations is Saints, Spiritualists, and Religionists now and before in Veda and music. So in our day one program, we have 9 excellent papers with some keynote talks and some early preparatory remarks regarding the theme. And we have, talks from very eminent people on a number of, saints and philosophers, including Tyagaraja. We're talking of Aurobindo, we're talking of Vivekananda. We're talking of a lot of spiritual as well as, religious issues. So it's a very auspicious day and a great way to celebrate our 30 years of the Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendram. And so our moderator today will be Dr. Raghava Boddupalli Garu. He will take over the program moderation, and looking forward to an excellent program today. Raghava Garu, please take over.
Thank you, Dr. Anjana Prasad. Basically, we are doing this presentation on NVAK 30th annual celebrations, which Professor Prabhakar sir has been doing over 30 years. So it's almost half of my life. He has been doing, and I really pray God, Ishvara, Srisalam Parameshwara, to give him more health and wealth to continue this program, the Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendra celebrations, every year in a grand manner, so that we all will enjoy the presentations that are there in today. So I just wanted to start, as this is basically for the Veda Samskruti. So this is the Veda Samskruti is the basis for all these saints and other religionists or all the people, those who are born in India, and we have benefited with their languages, with their books, and with their publications in various ways, though they are not here now. So I would start with the four Chaturvedas, Chaturveda first mantras that are as Brahma Yajnam, so which we chant on a daily basis. Om Ganana Tva Ganapati Gum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspatana Shrunvannuti Sida Sadhanam Sri Mahaganapataye Namaha Prano Devi Saraswati Vaje Bhirvajinivati Dhinama Vitriyavatu Ano Divo Bruhatah Parvatada Saraswati Yajata Gantu Yagyam Havam Devi Jujushana Ghritachi Shagmanno Vacha Mushati Srunotu Justo Vacho Bhuyasam Justo Vachaspataye Devi Vak Yadvacho Madhumattasmin Ma Dhasvaha Saraswatyai Sri Vagdevyai Namaha Agnimeele Purohitam Yajnasya Deva Mrutwijam Hotaram Ratradhatamam Ishetvorjetva Vayavastopayavastadevo Vassavitat Pratpayatu Sresthatamaya Karmana Apyayadvamagniya Deva Bhagamujjasvati Payasvati Prajavati Ranamiva Ayakshmama Vastena Ishata Maghashagumso Rudrasya Hete Parivo Vrunaktu Dhruva Asmin Gopatau Syata Bahviryajamanasya Pashun Pahi Agna Ayahi Vitaye Grunano Havyadataye Nihota Tsatsi Barhishi Shanno Devi Rabhishtaya Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Shayyorabhisruvantu Naha Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So with the permission from Professor Prabhakar and Dr. Anjanaya Prasad, we will go ahead with the next presentation, Sangeetanjali by Srimat. Pardon?
Yes, MV Sudha, I don't know if she's here.
Yeah,
but,
MV Sudha, NVAK student, Bangalore.
Yeah. Are you here, madam? I don't see her, but I have the Dhanvanti Stotra, so we can start with that. I'll play that.
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Oh, you're here?
Oh.
Okay, great. Please, madam, go ahead.
Okay, namaste, sir. Namaste, Guruji.
Namaskara.
Shrimanarayana, 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 Shripadame Sharano, Shrimanarayana, 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 Shripadame Sharano, Sharano. Kamala Sati Moka, Kamala Kamalahita, Kamala Priya, Kamalekshana, कमला सतीमुख कमला कमलहिता कमलप्रिया कमलेक्षणा कमलासनहिता गरुडगमन श्री कमलनाभनी पदकमलमे शरणु कमलासनहिता गरुडगमन श्री कमलनाभनी पदकमलमे शरणु नारायण श्रीमन्नारायण श्रीमन्नारायणनी श्रीपादमे शरणु शरणु परमयोगी जन भागधेय श्री परमपुरुषा परात्परा परमयोगी जन भागधेय श्री परमपुरुषा परात्परा परमात्मा परमाणुरूप श्री तिरुवेंकटगिरि देवा शरणु परमात्मा परमाणुरूप श्री तिरुवेंकटगिरि देव शरणु श्रीमन्नारायण श्रीमन्नारायण श्रीमन्नारायणनी श्रीपादमे शरणु 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 थैंक यू गुरुजी नमस्ते
Thank you, madam. So next I will play Dhanvantari Stotram, and very nice rendering, madam, from Dhanvantari. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So next, Sri Uday Ravi has given us his Stotranjali, which is the Dhanvantari Stotram, which I'll play now.
ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अच्युतानंत गोविंद विष्णु नारायणामृता रोगान्मे नाशयाशेषन आशु धन्वन्तरे हरे आरोग्यं दीर्घमायुष्यं बलं तेजोधियोष्यं सुभक्तेभ्यम् अनुगृह्णन्तं वन्दे धन्वन्तरिं हरिं धन्वन्तरिं श्लोकं भक्त्या नित्यं पठन्ति ये अनारोग्यं न तेषां स्यात् सुखं जीवन्ति ते चिरम् ओम वासुदेवाय विद्महे सुतहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो धन्वन्तरिः प्रचोदयात् ओम धम धन्वन्तरये नमः ओम नमो भगवते महासुदर्शनाय वासुदेवाय धन्वन्तरये अमृतकलशहस्ताय सर्वभयविनाशाय सर्वरोगनिवारणाय त्रैलोक्यपतये त्रैलोक्यनिधये श्री महाविष्णुस्वरूप श्री धन्वन्तरि स्वरूप श्री 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 अवसचक्रनारायणाय स्वाहा ओम शांति 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 श्री कृष्णार्पणमस्तु
Yeah, so Raghav Garu can take over and please introduce Nana and we can start here.
So we will first start after this Sangeetanjali and Stotranjali. We will go ahead with our presentations and the first introductory talk by Professor Prabhakar sir. So he is indeed no need for any introduction to him because he is a He is a well-known person for several of our Veda students, and who did his PhD in Shukla Yajurveda in a great institute of Pune Mimamsa Institute, where great scholars like Professor R.N. Dandekar, Professor Kashikar, Professor several other professors were present in that Veda Institute, Veda Pune Mimamsa Institute, and where he did his PhD and later became professor in the Karnataka University in the Sanskrit department, and he has been serving, and for that purpose he has been serving over 30 over 40 years for the Veda Samskriti, and for that purpose the waves of India and abroad, Vedic is a World Association of Vedic Educational Society. They have given a lifetime achievement award to him, and which is a great honor indeed. 2 years back, and honestly, I really felt very happy that they recognized themselves, recognizing Professor Prabhakar sir. So it is indeed a great pleasure in inviting him to give on this auspicious occasion the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra 30th annual celebrations, and also in few minutes the Veda Ganga release also will be there, which he has been bringing out 30th volume he is bringing out today, and we would I would welcome him to give his introductory talk. Professor Prabhakar sir, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raghav Garu, and all people who have joined this auspicious occasion when we have an opportunity to share our ideas and our thinking on an interesting topic, namely the saints, spiritualists, and religionists, or rather, saints, religionists, and spiritualists. This is the goal of many people, and actually, the people are born and they have to make use of the birth time, and Paramatma has bestowed Manasu and also Pranam and also Rayi, Dhanam, and many more things, but also the long life, Ayus. So, how one monitors all these assets and wealth which has been given by Paramatma is really a great important thing. So actually, as we know that mind is important for everything, whether to think of, to give importance to the buddhi or to give importance to indriyas or how you conduct. Therefore, these three classes of people, saints, religionists, and spiritualists, so they are really contributing great for the elevation of human beings, and all human beings are being taught or even given the idea that they have got dharma, artha, kama, and moksha as the aims of life. On the other hand, everybody has got sattva, raja, and tamogunas, and all these are there, and also the members of our body also are there. Most important is the tongue. So if these things are cared, then we will definitely be using our time appropriately, and we can choose to be one of that or all of that or some of that, and see that we are being rewarded for being given by the birth. And we have plenitude of literature beginning from Rig Veda down the Smriti and down scholars and all people are trying to educate, give culture, show civilization, and all these things are going on in the world. For example, it is said the mind, if mind is well controlled, then everything becomes controllable. For example, there is one sloka Manodhavati sarvatra madonmatta gajendravatu gnanankusha samabuddhi tasya nischalite manaha. So this mind is like a wild rutty elephant, and the buddhi is gnana, and ankusha, that which controls the elephant. And if that ankusha, gnana ankusha is used, then mind remains steady. And when mind remains steady, then we can progress. And again, another another thing is santaha sangasya bheshajam. So all these three categories of people are our bheshajam, or our medicine, I should say, that we can get rid of our own things. So like that we have the categories. And moreover, as we see in the Prashnopanishad, that Paipalada Maharshi says that Prajapati is interested in creating, and he has no stoppage at all. That's what all people say, that see Kulalavanyamite Brahmanda Bhandodare. See, Brahma is only a Kulala, a potter, who keeps on making different shapes of the pots, and see, everything will be attractive. Similarly, in our life, people have got to have some kind of choice. And secondly, prana and rayi, these are the two things. Prana is Surya Bhagavan, rayi is Chandra, and therefore, but rayi is temporary and prana is only constant. So one has to monitor all these things. So we have all these 29 years. It's all divine journey. We have had wonderful scholars, great scholars, who have come and shared their knowledge. And to commemorate them physically, we have the Veda Ganga, that is Gnana Ganga. Volumes have come up, and every year we have taken one or the other topic, and we have had offline programs. But these days things have all changed. All time things will not be there. So we have resorted to this online program. And for this purpose, there are other many scholars who are helping us, and also technicians. To begin with, we should thank Dr. Anjanaya Prasad now, then Shesha Chalaya, Vasan, Surendra. There are so many people who are very sincere and devoted to our programs, and they rise up to the occasion and contribute. See, not one God will do anything. He has to harness the cooperation of all of them, and that has been happening to everybody. And again, moreover, you see, for all that, to be able to run the life and bring to this, the tongue is important. There is one beautiful slow subhashtam for tongue. Jihva pramanam janihi bhashane bhojane tatha atibhuktasya satyam pranapaharini. It's a beautiful. See, it is the tongue which we can communicate and educate and all that, and at the same time help bhojanam. And so when it is too much, and if it is well managed, then we will be able to so I don't want to talk much, because there are so many stalwarts. Actually, the topics that have been chosen are all extensive and research or book size ones, but therefore we have a limited, but topic and the speaker, they are important. And later on we'll have occasions that all these topics are elaborated. So saints, religionists, and spiritualists. Spiritualists are all Atman Veshinaha, Brahman Veshinaha, and they are trying to, that's all spiritual life. And the religionists are something like our uh, Bodhayana, Apastamba, and so many people are there who have written the Kalpa Sutras, given us procedure how best we will be able to do it. And saints are there like Vivekananda or Arvindo and all that. It's difficult to actually categorize the scholars in these three categories, but still the mind is common to all these people, and the control and yoga. Actually, in Vishnu Sahasranamam, Vishnu is the Janardana is the cause. Yogo, Gnanam, Tatha, Sankhyam, Vidyaha, Silpadi, Karmacha, Etat Sarvam Janardanat. So when these arts and sciences are being promoted and practiced and all, and again, Krishna said in Gita how we can improve our physical activity, mental activity, and spiritual activity. Physical activity by walking, cycling, swimming, and all these physical exercise, then that's one thing to become good exercise. And mental activity refers to reading, writing, speaking, and all that. And spiritual activity refers to prayer, meditation, study, growing, and trying to understand one's own self, and so on. If these things are separate, but if they club something of each of that, there will be rewarding aspects of life. Not much talking about it. So that Raghava Garu and Anjaneya Prasad and so many people, they have all actually, the flyer has been framed, and so many important uh, persons who represent all these things categories are there. Probably you must have observed there is, the entire thing begins with Veda Rishi Vyasa, for example, because he showed the eyes to all. Vyasa is and Sayana and all people, that Rushitvam. Then we have a Sankara, Tyagaraja, Dikshitar, Syama Shastri, and Rabindranath Tagore, and Satyasai Swami, and Vivekananda, well, and also Ramana Maharshi, and Aurobindo, and so many people are there. So we are having sampling like a few people were taking, and we are trying to introduce how they are able to help mankind to direct their intelligence, because the basic rule is there: akarano vedaha adhyetavyaha adhyapayitavyaha. Not having any reason, we have to study Veda and then teach. That's what is called as pravachana and adhyaya, swadhyaya. So with these things we have been, and not my much talking about this. I request all the speakers to share their wonderful knowledge within the span of time, because separate occasion will be given to them. So making prayer to all people for their sharing the knowledge, and also Veda Purusha, I simply conclude. So Om Swasti Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you so much, Professor Prabhakar sir. As you rightly said, mind is the major thing which really takes us to either spiritual way or in a different way. So how the mind plays, that is the major role which Bhagavan Sri Krishna also told in his Bhagavad Gita at various places. And we will now proceed with Professor Murali Madhavan. He was the Murali Madhavan has come, and we would go with the release of Veda Ganga and then his keynote address. Professor Murali Madhavan, sir.
Veda Ganga can be shown now. Just here.
Yes.
Display.
Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavat Pada Shankaram Loka Shankaram.
Sir, the Veda Ganga 30th volume is being displayed, and
Yes.
work is not completely done. It is still in press. So just a rough copy for a release purpose has been. So
Okay.
with your
Okay, that is. Am I audible? I am audible.
Yes,
Yeah,
very
you are
much.
Yes. So Arudha Praudha Vega Pravijita Pavanam Tunga Tungam Turangam Chelam Neelam Vasana Karatala Satkanda Kodanda Danda Ragadveshadi Nanavidha Mrgapatali Bhitikrit Bhuta Bharta Kurvan Akhedalilam Parilasadu Manakkanane Mamakine. most respected Professor P.L. Prabhakarji, who is the Jivatma and Paramatma of this great event. A good friend of mine, always inviting me for this great Veda Adhyayana Kendra for several functions. But because of my misfortune, I could attend only few functions. But each function, Uttarottaram, one after the another, it becomes very great and becomes a great intellectual feast. And dealing with the different topics of Indian spirituality, Indian culture, Indian ethics, and whatnot. So I am very much pleased and very much impressed and proud to be here in this function, the 30th anniversary of Nada Adhyayana Kendra, and also the wonderful activities of waves that are also being led by the great champion, Professor C.L. Prabhakar. So this is a great occasion that we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Nada Adhyayana Kendra, Bangalore. And I remember my previous days, my previous occasions, when I had some lectures in the same forum on Narayaniya and several other subjects. 2-3 lectures I have done. And the physical, my presence in there at Bangalore, along with Professor C.L. Prabhakar and his disciples, I congratulate the students, and rather I salute the esteemed students, our profound students of Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and Dr. Anjaneya Prasadji, Dr. Raghava, then Srimati M.V. Sudha, Sri Uday Ravi, and Rabindra Pujar, Dr. Kamala Arora, and my best friend, Dr. C.M. Neelakanthan from Kerala. I salute all of you. It is it is a wonderful experience, and I have to do 2 functions here. My responsibilities are one, to release the Veda Ganga, the Anartha Namadheya. The bears a very, very, very prompt meaning, with a pregnant with meaning. Veda Ganga, it is just like the Ganga, it Pravahati. It the great culture of India, the entire jnana culture, our ethics, our wisdom, everything are being stored in Vedic literature. That is the bedrock of Indian culture, Indian philosophy, Indian spirituality. Vedas are the bedrocks. Wisdom means unity of knowledge. It is a discriminating selection and integration of relevant scientific findings. It is the organization of such knowledge in relation to clearly, which actually what is to the organization of such knowledge in relation to what we call clearly delineated values. It places human dignity and also our destiny center in the life of process of man. In the center, it places in the center the Kendra Bindu Dikshipati, in the life process of the man. And it is essentially the what we call the combination of earnestness and truth. Vedic sciences are actually based upon the ancient traditions of gaining knowledge through exploration of consciousness. The sages, the seers, or rather we say as what we call the saints, first experienced the knowledge and passed it on over thousands and thousands of years on what is now the oldest continuous tradition of knowledge in existence. The study and the cultivation of exact sciences in India, before talking about para bhakti, which what Professor our Prabhakarji has rather directed me to talk. Before talking that, how bhakti becomes a scientific idea, a scientific thought, a scientific term used by Vedic rishis. Even though the word bhakti cannot be seen in Vedic literature, the word bhakti is not found. But what we see that in the form of upasana throughout, the term upasana is used by rishis to bridge these two great, what we call concepts of karma and jnana, to bridge it. How to bridge it? Because these two things developed parallelly, and there should be a bridging required between these karma and jnana. And this karma and jnana is being bridged through upasana, which is later in literature known as bhakti. So, the study and the cultivation of exact sciences in India was part of search for truth and reality. How jnana, karma, bhakti, and all those things, these are very scientifically being described in Vedic mantras by Vedic rishis. This is to be what we call to be sought out. The whole of the sacred literature and philosophical treatises actually are replete with and based on some of the tenets of science as we understand it today. The goal of the progress of our ancient society was one of the perfection, not of the mere individual or what we so to say some handful of individuals, but of the society as a whole. Is not for one individual or a handful of individuals. It is for the society. Loka samasta. So that is the basic core idea in the Vedic literature. So it is for the whole. We may call these individuals, they are as rishis, they are seers, or very high intellectual, of a very high intellectual order. We all know that India's culture is of great antiquity amongst all the known cultures of the globe. It was developed over several millennia of trial and experimentation till it attained the highest standard ever reached by humanity. The acceptance of tested knowledge before coming to bhakti and vibhakti. Vibhakti is jnana. Bhakti and vibhakti, which I am going to talk on the para bhakti. Due to the shortage of time, we have no much time to explain in detail, but some glimpses I can give about the theory of bhakti and how it has been, as put in the flyer, how it can be, how it was in Vedas, in Vedic literature, how we can trace out, and how it has been used nowadays. That there is a great difference also. There is a paradigm shift we can come across in the entire literature. The acceptance of tested knowledge and examined belief is not only in the light of intellect, but also integral experience. Thus, when you speak about Shastra, that is science, is a practical component. Science is Shastra is a practical component in all stages of human adventures, especially the intellectual adventure. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and noblest mainspring of scientific research. Man's intellectual pursuits and also his adaptation of science to harness the nature to meet his requirements will be of no avail if they do not lead man to a better comprehension of himself. So everything is based on this self-jnana, atma-jnana, knowledge of the self, our own self. So the Vedas contain gems of what we call all knowledge, and that their teachings are in complete consonance with the principles of science. So Vedas are perfectly sciences. They are dealing with whatever the topics they deal with, the rishis, they are pakka scientific, so very systematic thinking of the subjects. These were the first knowledge sources of mankind, showing the highest peaks of human wisdom. Shall we call it the total education of human race, to which we find no parallel anywhere else in the world at that time. So this is very, very significant. As you know very well, as I told you earlier, I mentioned earlier, that bhakti, the concept of bhakti, the word bhakti could not be found, could not be traced out anywhere in Vedic literature. But the word upasana is being used. The term upasana, gradually it has developed as bhakti in later literature. So, but there is a great difference. And as I told you, there is a paradigm shift is notable in the entire approach of what we call upasana. And also, you know that bhakti in Bhagavata, 3 types of bhakti has been explained: the Prakrita bhakti, the Madhyama bhakti, and then Uttama bhakti. Adhama bhakti they never say. They never say as bhakti as something adhama, inferior, the most, the worst one. They never explain in such a way. So this Prakrita is preliminary. Prakriti means the selfish mottos will be there. You are praying for personal attainments, personal, that is the type of inferior type of bhakti. And you feel that this murti, the bimba, the murti in front of you, that vigraha of the God, that is the God. Nothing more than that. So he always do prayer in front of the vigraha, in front of bimba, and do the prayer. are like that. But when you come to the next stage, when you progress to the next stage, it is a kind of progress. Gradually, your mind will progress and you will come to Madhyama Bhakti. When you come to Madhyama Bhakti, the Bhakti becomes something pure, it becomes something holy, and it becomes what we call selfless or without any selfish motive. There you find in everybody, you find love, you love everybody as you love God. You have nothing to pray. Even you pray something, you never think it as it's something adverse to others. But when you come to the final stage, that is called the Para Bhakti. That is the Uttama. Para means Uttama. So Uttama Bhakti, as you see in Bhagavata, just like Shuka, just like Narada, just like Sanat Kumara, such great souls, their bhakti is sometimes something like a type of para bhakti. Para bhakti and the Tattvajnana is not different. Para bhakti itself is the Tattvajnana. That is why Matpatur Narayana Bhatta in Narayaniya, he says that Bhakra Mukra Bhakra Kula Maulitam Gataha Sanjarema Sukanaradaatipat. So Shuka and Narada and such a great souls, great saints, great rishis, they were moving in the world, throughout the world. They are Mukra Bhakra Kula Maulitam Gataha. They attained that supreme position of bhaktas. Really, they are muktas. Mukra Bhakra Kula Maulitam Gataha. So they are muktas, but at the same time, Bhakra Maulitam Gataha. So they reach that pedestal, that level where the great bhaktas reached. The great, several people, as you know, in Bhagavata, when you take several empty number of examples you can come across with the what we call this type of bhaktas. That is para bhakti. And Narada and other Sandilya and other great scientists, so to say, because bhakti is something science, because that is why Vyasa in the very beginning of the Bhagavata, we have to speak about the saints, how they approach parabhakti. So Vyasa is being advised by Narada on bhakti, and he has been advised to write a separate work, a separate Purana on Sri Krishna Leela, depicting Sri Krishna Leela. And based on that, Bhagavata was written, Srimad Bhagavata was written. In that Srimad Bhagavata, the thing is that you can see several devotees, and those devotees like Narada, Shuka, Sanat Kumara, such people. And even when you come to the story part, you can see Akrura, Gopikas, and even Uddhava. Even Gopikas, their bhakti is something explained by Bhagavatakara in such a way that even though outwardly it is seen to be very worldly, but internally, when you speak the real sense of that story, that Tattvajnana, there you see that the gopis, they what we call, they never see any difference in between the milk and the Govinda, the butter and Govinda. They sell out butter in the morning. They sell the buttermilk. They sell milk, all those things in the streets in the early morning, and they say butter, butter, butter. Then slowly they will say Govinda, Govinda, Govinda. So they have no difference between butter and Govinda. So they treat as both the same. So they have no Veda Buddhi, no difference in their thinking. no, they never differentiate things in such a way. Only Tattvajnanis can do like that. Only those who are really liberated, they are got the emancipation. Only such people can imbibe this type of culture. So this is, that when even great scholars like Madhusudana Saraswati and such people, they wrote in at length, extensively they wrote, so to say, they Vamshi Vibhushitakaran Navaneeradabhat Pidambarad Arunabimba Bhalatharoshthat Purnayendu Sundara Mukhad Aravinda Netrat Krishnat Param Kimapi Tattvamaham Najani. So he says that I don't know any other theory superior to Krishna. So he is the man who attained the self-knowledge and perfectly a real Tattvajnani, a real Jivan Mukta. But even in that stage, he says that bhakti is more important. He says, Adana, in one place he has mentioned that what do we say? Vadane navaneda gandhavaham vachane taskara chaduri dhurinam nayane kuhanashrumashrayetha charane komalatandavam kumara. So with such a beautiful
Professor Murali Mathavan, time is up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. The time is a little
No.
extended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With these observations, actually, I want to give some examples about the three varieties of bhakti and how the para bhakti has been very scientifically explained by our great seers, the great saints. That should be, but due to the paucity of time, as you requested, I will conclude my speech here. And later,
Sure, sir.
if I get an occasion, I will explain more about this Parabhakti and how it becomes Parartha Bhakti also. That also Swartha and Parartha Bhakti. So Parabhakti, it becomes it can be named as Parartha Bhakti, and it is more conveniently it can be explained, and these two terms in such a way. And with these observations, I thank the organizers, especially the great soul, Professor C.L. Prabhakar, for giving me such an opportunity to inaugurate this great event of the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and also the release of the what we call the Veda Ganga, the beautiful, the very meaningful publication of the Veda Adhyayana Kendra. With this, I beg to remain. Thank you, one and all.
Beautiful. Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Professor Murali Mathavan, sir. As you rightly said, the Veda Ganga is, I remember Professor Prabhakar was telling that it was given by his guru, PhD guru.
Yes.
Professor C.G. Kashikar, sir. So thanks for that reminder that Veda Ganga is really a flow of four Vedas. That thank you for speaking on the Parardha Bhakti, so which is a very important one. But we are extremely sorry on behalf of the organizing committee. We apologize that for the number of minutes that has been given for each speaker. See, please kindly
No,
to the time.
don't worry about it. No,
Yeah.
that happens always. No
So,
problem.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Thank you so much.
No
Professor
problem. No
Prabhakar,
problem.
sir.
No problem. Okay.
Professor Prabhakar, sir, any comments from you?
Let you go on. Because
Okay.
Dr. Murali Madhavan is not available to us easily. He is an international figure. We don't know in which country he will be moving about. But it is really a fortune for Veda Purusha that he has been kept in India and live program from Kerala. And with his sacred hands, he has released the 30th volume, because to come up to 30th year is really divine grace. It is people break at some point, but I want the flow of Ganga, Gnana Ganga, to keep going for a very,
Okay,
very,
congrats. It is congratulations.
for very long years. And so very thanks and many gratefulness to you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Murali
Thank you.
Madhavan, to have
Thank
spared
you.
your time.
Okay.
So we go to the next presentation, the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra report presentation. If Sri Surendra Pujar, if he is there,
Vasan will.
or Vasan, yes, Sri Vasan.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody.
Please. Can you come on the video, please? When you are speaking, please come on the video, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, also. Our respected Veda scholars, Guruji, Prabhakar Guruji, and the ladies and gentlemen who are participating in this program. I'm very much pleased and happy to present the annual report of the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra and the Waves Bangalore chapter. On this 30th anniversary, the annual day is celebrating in the virtual mode. The details of annual report of the Kendra and the Waves of Bangalore chapter is available in Veda Ganga 30 under the heading Samakshama. That is the information. The Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra has completed its 29 years of service in spreading knowledge of Veda, the Upanishad, and our Sanatana Dharma, the culture, the given by our rishis and saints, and all Dasa Parampara. Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra started its journey in the year 1994 under the leadership of Guruji, Prabhakar Guruji. I aim to spread a knowledge of Veda, the Upanishad, and our Sanatana Dharma culture. Completing 29 years of its journey and entering into the 30th year successfully. The day-to-day activities of Nada Veda is here on all the 7 days of the week. Every evening from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time, Prabhakar Guruji and our Nada Veda faculty, KSM Vasan, is conducting a regular online virtual classes on the Veda Suktas, Stotras like Krishna Sahasranama, Sahasranama, Sondralahari, Shivatandava, Narayaniyam, and Upanishad like Brihadarika Upanishad, Aitareya, and Shat Prashna Upanishad, Ishavasya Upanishad, etc. The 29th annual day was celebrated on the 16/12/23 and 17/12/23 last year. Was organized by different scholars on the subject of the contribution of rishis and Vagyakaras to the knowledge and human welfare in Veda and later. That was the subject given to the scholars. The program was started with Kendra prayer and prayer by Mahesh and Vasan, and Sangeet Anjali by Annapurna Devuri and Srimati Lakshmi Rajagopalan. Veda Ganga, the 28th volume, e-copy was released by Professor Shashi Tiwari, madam, and she gave a wonderful talk on the Rishi and Vagyakara's contribution to the knowledge and human welfare. The other scholars participated in the program was Dr. Srinath, Dr. D.B. Gare, Dr. Anjaney Prasad, and Aparna Dhira Kandalwal, and Dr. Satyanarayana, and Srimati Ramadevi, Bhathan Mangeri, and Narayana Kutti presented their paper on the stage on that occasion. Sri Rajagopal presented a vote of thanks, and a program was concluded with the Shanti Mantra and a cultural program of dance program. The other activities of Nada Veda is as follows. The Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, the important program is one is Ganapati Homa and the Sondaradari Homa is performed on every month on the third Sunday of every month. Now this year it's performed on the 31st of December, 29th March, 19th May, and the 23rd June, the 5th of August, and the October 10th. And every month, the third Sunday and the fourth Sunday of every month, the Stotra Bodha and the Pravachana Malika is organized with different scholars on the stage with a different subject with respect to Veda and Upanishad. The Veda Ganga hard copy was released on 25th of February 24 by our yoga teacher, Yogacharya Gopal Guruji, and astrologer Gajana Bhatt. Yogacharya Gopal Guruji is conducting a virtual yoga and a meditation class on every Saturday from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. IST. So thus, this year, the Gita Jayanti was celebrated in our Veda Adhyayana Kendra student residence, Mr. Shivalingaya, where we chanting all the 18 chapters, and Gopal Guruji described the importance of Gita Upanishad and its application in day-to-day life activities. Like this, the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra are continuously engaged in spreading the knowledge of Veda, Upanishad, and our Sanatana Dharma culture, and it is continuously grow in future to the sky height. I hope that. Om Tat Sat Sarvam Shri Krishna Arpanamstu.
Thank you so much, Sri Vasan sir. It was a good presentation of the report of last year's Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra 2023 celebrations. And Sri Vasan sir he has conducted one Saundarya Lahari Yajna or Homa in Bangalore, and which I attended, and it was a wonderful, wonderful to be there in that Homa, which took about 2 hours. So in Jayanagar, he presented that Yajna in one of the houses of Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra student. And we thank you very much, sir, Sri Vasan sir, and we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next presentation is on by the Waves Bangalore chapter report presentation by Dr. Kamala Arora. So if Madam, are you here? Looks like she is not here. So we go forward with the keynote address. The Purna Saraswati, a scholar saint from Kerala, by Professor C.M. Neelakandan, Professor of Sanskrit, Sri Shankaracharya University, Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. May I request him to present? Professor Neelakandan, sir. Okay, maybe he is coming late. So we go with the first paper of today's presentations. So Saiva Agamas, their significance to religious fervor by Dr. Ingalalli very known person for all of us here and Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and he also attended several in present when Professor Prabhakar sir conducted annual celebrations in Jayanagar. So Professor Ingalalli is a Professor Emeritus Department of Philosophy, Karnataka University, Dharwad. And we request you, sir, your time is 15 to 20 minutes. Kindly stick on to the time. We thank you very much, Professor Ingalalli, sir. Professor Rajappa Ingalalli, sir. He is here. He is on the participants list, but he is unable to. How do we say? Call him. Professor Prabhakar, sir, do you have his number? Can you please call him?
Yeah, he was there and just.
He is here, sir. He is in the participants list. If he's not there, then we have to go with Dr. D.B. Ghare presentation. Professor Anjaney Prasad, can you please present that?
Yeah, let me play his video.
Yeah, please.
Hello,
We'll
sir.
call
You are on the list. Huh?
Yeah, Professor Ingalalli, are you able to do it, your talk right now? Maybe not. Okay. So I will get Dr. Ghare's presentation going. Raghav, can we go to the next one and we can come back to Professor Ghare later?
Okay, then.
Kantan said he will join little later.
Okay. Then we'll go with Sampadananda, Dr. Sampadananda Mishra.
No, Ingalalli is there. You can.
Can he do it?
Yeah, you can do it. I think.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he said.
He's there. He's trying to catch up. So the singularly is there, and I just know.
Or
After Ghare will put him. You just display,
yeah.
display Ghare, sir.
No, we're going to go with Dr. Sampadananda Mishra's talk. Then we'll come back to Dr. Ghare's talk.
Yeah, is he there?
No, Sampadananda Mishra is also not there, sir, in the participants.
Yeah, so next one, Dr. Neeraj Arora is there. You can invite him, yes.
Okay. Yeah, emotional regulations in Bhagavad Gita perspectives from Dr. Neeraj Arora, neurologist, and also Dr. Rachana Arora, scientist from University of Missouri, Columbia, USA.
10-15 minutes later. Hello.
Hello. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Yes, please, sir. Please continue.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Prabhakarji and everyone for giving this opportunity. So basically, the topic that was given was about emotional regulation. We have made it like in a practical way to keep it like simple, how we can understand. It's like a Bhagavad Gita perspective. So as we know, like we are in this modern world where we have to face with so many challenges day in and day out. And Arjuna was also in this type of situation 5,000 years ago, and that too on the most tense situation in the at the battlefield ground. So how he was able to overcome this when he was facing anxiety, stress, distress in the topmost hour when he had to fight. So the whole the manuscript which me and Rachnaji wrote was how Bhagavad Gita helps to cope up in these difficult situations. So uh, the different verses of Bhagavad Gita points to different situations. And just a minute. So the different situations, like if somebody is having a lot of anger, somebody is having a lot of distress, or like they are going through an emotional situation, how they can help themselves. That is what the whole talk is. So Krishna says that just like heat and cold can come and go, happiness and distress also can come and go. And the most important quality which Krishna first mentioned is the ability to tolerate. When we understand that we are basically not this human body, we are the soul. So Krishna takes us at the level of the soul to help us understand. He says that this different planes can are present, like happiness, distress, heat, cold, respect, disrespect. So these are all like at different levels. The one is at emotional level, one is at physical level, like heat and cold. So you will have to tolerate it. Respect and disrespect, it's an egoistic plane. Again, you will have to tolerate it. So Krishna advises to tolerate everything. But he says that about tolerance, when we try to reach this, there is a thing called equanimity. Means not to deal with the dualities of the life, but uh, to to understand that everything is the same. Since the soul is the most pure, uh, you can say constituents. There is nothing like a impure soul, and everybody whosoever at a bodily level has a soul. Like there's soul, and then there's a super soul. So the soul, if we understand that it's pure, then how come we are experiencing all this different type of distresses, different types of emotions? So Krishna mentions that this is because of the conditioning. This is because how the body is made up of. So the soul, it's pure, but it is covered through different layers. The subtle layers are like mind, self-ego, and intelligence. And above that, these are the senses, like the 10 senses. Five of the working senses, five are the special senses. The special senses which are there are those tongue, ears, eyes, skin, and nose. And the working senses are hands, legs, mouth, rectum, and genitals. And we are constantly in contact with the material energy of the Lord, of Lord Krishna. So when the soul comes in, gets covered with these three things, and then uh, the working senses, they all play a very, very important role to how to interact with the world. And that is how the emotions arises in a person. So if somebody is asked like how we can, why are we like in this distress, anxiety? It is just the interaction of the gross matter with the subtle matter, and that is how the body is also made up of. The consciousness normally comes from soul, but when we talk of living symptoms, we are discussing the covered consciousness. And when we say covered consciousness, that is of different levels. So based on if you think about the current theory from Maslow and some of the philosophers on in psychology, they talk about like the basic human need is food, and then you have like a protection. So how does Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam explains this is that this is all like covered consciousness, which also goes through different stages. Like we call it Annamaya. Annamaya means the basic necessity is food. So as soon as the child is born, the first thing the child wants is food. And the sucking reflex, which manifests in the infant, is a classic example. And this is manifest in all the living species. Like they need some kind of an energy, and that energy comes through the food. So that's the basic level. Then comes the pranamaya. So as soon as the child grows up a little bit, the awareness that, oh yeah, he is living. He can do certain things because now the senses are started to act. So the working senses, the special senses, they all start to act. So that's the stage of the covered consciousness is called the pranamaya. And then the higher stage comes is the manomaya, means we are started to use our mind, body, and intelligence. And then we combine these things to understand this world. So that's the third stage. But beyond this, we have to go, and then that is jnanmaya. Jnanmaya means we start to understand who we are, why we are here, and beyond this all is the Satchidanand stage, like which is the predominant stage, which we try to understand not just who we are, why we are here, but also try to understand that okay, the eternal bliss is to know our Supreme Father, Lord Krishna. So, like this is how the stages go. In the psychology world, this also manifests like the highest stage of realization is the self-realization, when we just not go beyond, not just to the point of eating and drinking and taking care of ourselves and like interacting with people, but understand that who we are, how we can introspect ourselves. So that is the highest stage of the realization, and that's again a part of the covered ego, covered consciousness. So how does emotions play, in what role they play? So emotions, in one sense, we think that we have to interact with everyone. There are different situations that we are going to go through. Without emotions, we will feel either dull. If we do not interact with anyone, then we cannot do anything. So emotions does carry the intrapersonal role. Uh, among ourselves, interpersonal means among other people, and then a whole group like social cultural role also. So sometimes we try to identify ourselves with the emotions. Like if you are in a good group who is happy, then you will just feel happy. If you are in a group where your people are feeling sad, then you will go there and try to make yourself sad just because your mind is acting. So ideally, this is all the play of the covered consciousness and how the subtle body is interacting. So in the manuscript, I have mentioned like some figures which it is not through Bhagavad Gita, but through the psychological understanding, like how our modern scientists have like differentiated different types of emotions. Like
Can
for
you put your
example,
video if you can? Your video is gone.
oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Display the figures also, which you have. The chakram is interesting.
Yes, yes, I can definitely share that. Do I have the access like to share?
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
it.
Okay, here it is. Yeah. So like this, the whole thing, for example, you say we feel like serenity, joy, ecstasy. So higher and higher stages. So admiration, trust, acceptance. So you go from outside to inside. You see that it is more and more like intense. So this is based on the like a current understanding about the emotions. Then, these are some of the basic emotions that I mentioned in the manuscript. And everything just arises from the senses. So as soon as we realize that, okay, we want something, so, and we see something and it's lucrative. So that means our vision, eyesight is getting active. Oh yeah, I need that. So, and then the mind and brain tries to process it. And then we try to attain something just by our using our working senses like hands and arms and then different things. So for example, like when a person engages in eyes in watching television or social media or listening to music, the mind also gets engaged and then they attach to the thoughts about it. And then we get absorbed in it and then we try to get it. Whether it be like a mundane thing or it could be like a very important thing which is spiritual. So material platform or spiritual platform, the more and more practice based on that, our emotions also evolve. So that's why it is said like one should try to attain the highest stage or try to achieve some higher realization by being in a good company of like a proper people. As it says, like birds of the same feather flock together. That kind of thing. So the emotions also flow in that way. So how does Bhagavad Gita tells us to manage the emotions? So uh, first and foremost, if we come at the level of the yogis, then Bhagavad Gita says that okay, you should control your senses completely. So that's a first stage. But then when we think about the senses, mind also is very subtle, and as it is mentioned that the mind is the most flickering thing, and you cannot control your mind. So in order to control the senses, first and foremost, we have to control the mind in order to regulate the emotions in a proper way. So senses definitely need the object. So instead of giving some mundane thing to the mind and senses, we engage them in path of spiritual service. So path of service, like service for whom? So service, basically it is first to develop the knowledge and then gradually increases and then engage that service, that senses in the service of the Supreme Lord. So in 12th chapter, Krishna has mentioned like different stages, like how one can attain him. So first he says that you should just constantly be fixed in him. Then he says, okay, if you cannot completely be fixed in me, then at least you should try to serve me. Then he says, if you cannot serve me, then at least try to do some kind of devotional activity. This, if you cannot do devotional activity, then you can also at least try to do some donations, some kind of social activity. If you cannot do social activity, then the donations, then at least try to engage yourself in the service in which you understand those things, like engage your mind and senses in Nishkam Karma Yoga. That's what Krishna explains. So different stages are being given in chapter 12 of Bhagavad Gita. So um, what our goal should be right now, start with a simple stage of just doing the work and making sure that whatever we do it for Krishna or the Supreme Lord. One of the simple process that has been told through the International Society of Krishna Consciousness is to chant the holy name of Krishna. According to the spiritual masters and acharyas, if we engage the tongue on the holy name, and then we will be able to engage the other senses gradually. So our mind will constantly think about it, then we'll understand like who Krishna really is, because he is the one who will be directing you towards him. And it is said very much in by the teachers that you take one step towards the Supreme Lord, he will come running after you and he will take 100 steps, 1,000 steps, because as we know that the distance between as a soul and the super soul is not much. He is seated in the heart. But also, if somebody has like completely covered their consciousness, they do not want to understand, then he is like even 1,000 light years, 1,000 or 10,000 light years far away. So it's all varying perspective. Like he's very near as well as he's very far. So our goal should be like just to try to do the work for him, just to be in full surrender of him, and with a full knowledge, without any desire and no claims for proprietorship. And that is what Krishna mentions even in chapter 3 of this Karma Yoga chapter. That whatever we do, we should just try to do with the best efforts, but without any desire. Nishkam, that's Nishkam Karma Yoga. So the whole process of controlling the emotions become like very easy when we are in contact with the right association, right people. As we are discussing on this platform, that there are so many like big speakers. They are all like very much devotees, and they are discussing this the pure nectarian knowledge. And if we understand that discussing it and then applying it in our practice to attain the right perspective, we can easily control the emotions in that way. So constant practice, association of devotees, engaging in the service of the Lord, and we can direct the emotions positively and experience the real Satchitanand. So to conclude, I will say that our goal should not be to forcefully command the senses, but gradually cultivate the senses. It is just a channel. Like one should like just channelize the emotions and keep Krishna as the Supreme Lord, as the center of all the activities. And in that way, one can gradually overcome different types of turmoils that one faces in day-to-day life. And we should understand that this is just a temporary body, and body faces everything. The soul does not has to go through any of these emotions. It's just the body which has been conditioned for so many lifetimes, and depending on our previous karmas, we have to go through these type of emotions. So with this, I conclude. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And this is the manuscript which have all the things will be mentioned in that too.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neeraj. It is a very important subject of Bhagavad Gita, so which you have brought out. And this can be useful for the traditional knowledge systems, in the traditional knowledge systems that can be it can be used as a teaching tool for the students at various levels. So which is very important for the Bhagavad Gita concept of the subject what you spoke on. And we thank you very much. And also we thank you for just on the spot that for maintaining your time. Thank you so much, Dr. Neeraj. Namaste.
Thank you.
So thank you very
Just
much. And if Professor Ingalalli is ready, so we would go.
He is ready, and I just want to compliment Neeraj.
Please.
And behind him is his wife Rachana, who also worked. And so behind success of all men, there is a woman. And so Rachana, she is also, she is not appearing. And I wish that she will also just appear and disappear. So
yes, Rachna ji is still in some other work right now. She is giving some assessment, so I could not tell her to come.
Okay,
So,
anyway,
I apologize.
thank you very much that you are there representing her, and you are she only. And again, I want to compliment that he is a neurologist, a seasoned neurologist, well known in that field of medicine. But Bhagavad Gita is something different, and it is a spiritual and all kind of that. When I just suggested you go on emotions, I only give. Then he has wonderfully worked and brought out wonderful paper. His paper is also is in the Veda Ganga, and Hruddese Arjuna Tishtami. That is what is complete assurance. Hruddese Arjuna Tishtami. And in Vishnu Sahasranamam, Bhishmacharya says, Bhayakrut Bhayanasanaha. So he is one who gives emotions and silences them and puts him on the spiritual track. And in Valmiki Ramayana, Valmiki Maharshi says in Balakanda that Vishnu is the source for all solutions. If they are, that's why when Ravana was how to kill Ravana, then Vishnu asked, there is one small loophole, Brahma, and Brahma said, yes, he forgot to ask death in the war and also death by the Vanaras and men. So that was the clue. So finished. The emotion and fear was dropped. So like that, congratulations to you both couple. And you are doing good service in the Columbia, also taking Bhagavad Gita classes as my son Anjaneya Prasad informs. So let this spiritual journey and also healing, curing, attending all this medical thing go in parallel and ultimately merge into spirituality. Thank you very much. Now Ingalalli is there on the way.
Thank you, Professor Prabhakar sir. So if Professor Ingalalli is ready, very important subject, the Shiva Agamas, their significance to religious fervor. Without Shiva Agamas, there cannot be any Atirudra Mahayajna, which we do for Shiva for 11 days. So that is absolutely important. May I invite Professor Ingalalli to present his presentation? Professor Ingalalli?
He has got
He's
some-
not again. He's not there again, but his name is there. Professor Rachappa?
He's trying to join with the mobile. And that's why we see the sign of colors, but it is not catching the internet. So
is Professor Rajendran is present in the audience?
no, now I said you can, Ghare, you can present now. Can you project?
I can do, yeah, I can do.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great. So Dr. Ghare is unable to be here in person, but I will present his slides, and his talk is on important versions and lessons of Ramayana. And so Dr. Neeraj Arora just went through some of the Bhagavad Gita in Mahabharata. So we go back a little bit to Ramayana here. Dr. Ghare has basically put up these slides. I'll quickly go through them. He has mentioned that Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Shakuntalam are the three most important and popular Indian texts that have been translated to almost all languages in the world today. And Valmiki and Vyasa are the authors of the first two literary poetic compositions, and Kalidasa is the author of the third one. It's very suitable for presentation on stage. So many authors have written stories, and there are lessons to be learned. And obviously, Ramayana is the story of Rama. It's the first ever Mahakavya, meaning a huge size poetic text that contains over 24,000 verses of poetry grouped into 7 parts. And they believe it was originally composed by sage Valmiki around 3000 BC, and it is based on Rama, who's respected and worshipped as a god, who's popularly studied respectfully and highly, spiritually and symbolically. And the Ramayana's essence is essentially in this Ekashloki Ramayanam, which is Adau Rama Tapo Vanadi Gamanam Hatva Mrugam Kanchanam Vaidehi Haranam Jatayumaranam Sugriva Sambhashanam Vali Nirdalam Samudra Taranam Lankapuri Dahanam Paschat Ravana Kumbhakarna Hananam Etadhi Ramayanam. So Dr. Ghare has picked this Ekashloki Ramayanam And he has basically summarized Ramayana through this one shlokam that he has selected. And the rest of the slides essentially go through how Ramayana is basically the story of Rama, and it has been put in the form of Ramacharita by Tulsi Das ji, and Ramadasa has written Ananda Ramayana, and Rama Vijaya by Sridhara in Marathi. So, in fact, all these versions of Ramayana by different saints and spiritualists and religionists have given us basically how we can learn from the movements and activities of Rama, who we believe as the human incarnation of Lord Vishnu. And what is the lesson that is to be learned is basically how Rama is an ideal example of best possible behavior patterns in any typical human lifespan, and how the Ayana is learning from his incidents or accidents, and how we can learn how to deal with those incidents and accidents. So that's basically what is the essence of Ramayana. We are basically going from the first accident that happened, which led to the birth of Rama, which is this Shravana Kumar episode where Dasharatha unfortunately kills him, and Shravana Kumar is the young man who carries his old age parents on his shoulders to pilgrimages, and very tragically is killed by Dasharatha, who is hunting in an accident and is cursed by Shravana's parents, and this sort of event leads to Dasharatha's reason not to have kids, for which he does the Putra Kameshti Yagna, and the pious coming from the Agni. Essentially, there's one incident, again, accident of how Hanuman is born, right, in linkage to Ramayana, that Vayu takes it and puts it into the hands of Anjani, who then gives birth to Anjaneya, or Maruti or Hanuman, who's linked to Rama in Ramayana. And obviously we have the birth of Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, and Shatrughna, because of the Putra Kameshti Yagam, and how Rama, again, through again the accident of or eventfulness of having Vasishta, guiding Dasharatha to allow Vishwamitra to take Rama and Lakshmana to guard the Yagna, at which point Rama learns a lot of the secrets of battle and weaponry from Vishwamitra, which later helps him in defeating Ravana. And the following incidents again in Ramayana of the marriage with Sita through the Swayamvara process, by lifting and breaking the Shivadhanas, and having to weigh his father's promise to Kaikeyi to make Bharata the crown prince, and which basically leads him to take this 14 years of forest stay that he does with Sita and Lakshmana. And obviously the other ayana or the incidents that are significant is Ravana kidnapping Sita, at which point Rama is very distressed and goes out with Lakshmana to find, and the incident of the Maricha coming in the form of a golden deer and distracting Sita. So that's again another accident where Rama, like in all other events, is showing the ideal behavior, how to react to adversity and deal with these sort of hard events that happen, and making friendships with Sugriva, and figuring out how Hanuman ultimately can go and trace where Sita is, right, in Lanka, and having Vibhishna give the kind of war intelligence for Rama to go to battle with Ravana, and making Vibhishna the Lankadishwara ultimately, and thus showing how Rama in the Ayana, the events of Ramayana, as written by Vasishtha and others, really has shaped our Hindu culture and our way of approach to dealing with life's challenges as they're put to us. And ultimately, the leadership of Rama, the Rama Rajya, is an ideal standard that even today we aspire for any political or government rule, and how characters in Ramayana like Hanuman have really again influenced all of us in sort of ideal behaviors that we would like to have from these incidents that have happened in Ramayana, and how we have basically given them God status, and we are able to learn from these sort of incidents in Ramayana as explained. So this is basically the talk, and Dr. Gare wants to wish Dr. Prabhakar also for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much, Professor Anjana Prasad, for presenting Dr. Ghare's presentation. And as you rightly said, as he rightly brought out, so Hanuman is very important God on the communication front, and with so many people, how he communicates, and also who will believe just like that, going to Ashokavana and telling Sita Mata that I have come here and I am the Duta of Rama. So she can't believe like that, but he lot of agony was there for him while sitting on the tree, and then he prayed Rama, and then he got that Sita Mata has really appreciated his visit there. So thank you so much, Anjana Prasad sir. So, and we now invite if Professor Rajendran, C. Rajendran, Professor of Sanskrit, Calicut University, would like to speak on the music as a spiritual journey in Tyagaraja. Professor Rajendran? Looks like he's not there. So, if Madam Professor Shashi Tiwari, if he is there, we would like to invite her to speak on Upasana, Bhakti, Sharanagati in Vedic texts and ancient literature. Sharanagati is absolutely important. Madam, please, Shashi Tiwari, Madam, if you are there, kindly join us and give your presentation. She's here right now, and this is one of the hiccups of Zoom meeting. So she was here 2 minutes back, and suddenly, Madam Shashi Tiwari, Madam.
Yeah, I am connecting.
Thank you.
Yes. I am
Please come,
connecting.
madam. Please.
10 minutes,
Yeah.
seconds only.
Hello, sir. You are after 10,
Yeah.
15 minutes. Join.
Only 10 seconds.
Namaste.
Okay.
You are
Because
there.
I'm attached. I am called at once.
Yeah.
I was not ready actually.
Okay. Would you like to take it?
Doing very well.
Okay, please go ahead, madam. If you are ready.
I'm just connecting. It is not going well. I think I should start anyway.
Thank you, madam. Namaste.
Namaste. My voice is okay?
Yes, madam.
And other things also. I have to connect my PPT. So can
Okay.
I?
You can share, madam. It is given permission. Yeah.
Then is it done? Is
No,
it
not
done?
yet. No, I'm not seen, madam.
So it is visible to me. How what to do now?
You have to do sharing. There will be a green button with arrow up. You have to press that one.
No, I have done that, and my slide is on the screen.
Oh, but now we are not able to see. Can we?
What to do?
Yeah, you can try
Get some-
sharing again. Yeah, you can try.
You double click on your presentation. It will come.
Yeah, there's an arrow. You can try to press the share screen and then
Yeah.
pick the window you
Again,
are.
should I repeat? Because I am seeing everything.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's
Can
okay.
you-
You can proceed. You can proceed talking. It's okay. We'll be able to hear you, see you.
Upasana, Bhakti, Sharanagati in Vedic texts.
Upload the document WPS cloud. आजकल कुछ और भी जुड़ गया है ना इसमें, पता नहीं.
You go ahead, madam. No problem.
अपर्णा, स्टार्ट अगेन. एक बार मैं और ट्राई करती हूँ.
No, nothing, madam. You just click on that.
I worked a lot on that.
Your presentation twice.
अच्छा. नहीं, ये खुल गया है स्क्रीन पर. इट इज विजिबल. One command is missing. Continue with Google, etc. What are they writing?
One thing next.
Next to chart. Continue with Google कह दूं?
हाँ.
अब और कुछ आ गया. तंग कर रहा है. कितना सिंपल होता है. मैं फिर से करती हूँ. प्लीज एक बार और करने को ट्राई करूंगी.
Yeah, close it and do it again. Yeah.
एक बार स्टार्ट शेयर करके फिर से शेयर करिए. Start share.
Yes,
Start
we
share
can.
and then share again.
Firstly, I am going to share it. Then.
Yeah, now I can see.
Oh. You are screen sharing.
Screen sharing and double click.
You can now see your screen. And where is
double click on your presentation.
Okay.
Double click.
अच्छा. करा मैंने. डॉक्टर राघव बताइए.
Double click, madam. It is coming. Yes, it is coming.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. Yeah.
Thank you to you also.
No. Please go ahead, madam. Yeah.
Everything is fine.
Yes, very much.
And the size of the slide. What is it? Yes, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So thank you to everyone for having patience. And I have taken 3-4 minutes and now it is okay, I think so. The subject as is announced here is Upasana, Bhakti and Sharanagati in Vedic texts and ancient epics. So, Upasana term is used in the Vedas, Bhakti term is not used in the Vedas, and Sharanagati also is not used in the Vedas. But after that, in other literature, which is called epic literature, Puran literature, all both terms are there. So as an introduction, I am starting. In the age of modernity and materialism, it is important to think about morality, values, ancient scripture, and the true meaning and essence of human life. There are no answers of various situations in our life, but Vedic Dharma can give the answer of those questions. So this is the introduction, and I mean to say that such conferences are very important at present time. Vedic religion prescribes openness of thought and belief. It is supreme in spirituality. Adhyayana Vidya, Ved, Upanishad, Srimad Bhagavad Gita are most popular for study of devotion. Ramayana and some other bhakti texts are also available there. Hindu Dharma has incorporated ideas of different order. A variety of beliefs, customs, rites, philosophies have assimilated there. India has witnessed conflicting civilization and each has contributed in Hinduism. So this is the introduction, and I want to say that in these three, Upasana, Bhakti and Sharanagati also, effect of other religions can be seen. Role of dharma in life. Vedic thought dharma is the most comprehensive and valid thought throughout our life. It implies not only the religious and philosophical framework, but includes the scheme of right conduct, dharma, which leads to goal of life. How to go ahead, Dr. Raghavan? ये नहीं पता आगे बढ़ता. There are 4 ways of God realization, generally. In generally speaking, we can say. And they are described as different modes of worship or different ways of realization of supreme entity, mental peace. As everyone knows that the ultimate goal of every philosophy is self-realization. Or in other terms, we can say that of the realization of the supreme entity or realization of peace within ourselves. So this is the purpose of dharma, this is the goal of dharma, and for that achievement, 4 ways are prescribed in different texts. Generally, we can say in different texts, but in few texts, all these 4 or more than 4 can be seen. As in Gita, we see the path of knowledge, Jnana Marga, the path of action, Karma Marga, and the path of meditation or Dhyan, Yoga, the path of devotion, Bhakti Marga. So there are chapters of these also, Sankhya Yoga, Karma Yoga, etc. And devotion is, generally speaking, concentration, ekagrata. These paths are associated directly or indirectly with the devotion or dedication to God. Dedication or determination or one-pointedness, all these terms can be used for devotion, which is bhakti. And concentration, mind, Supreme Lord, thinking for God all the time, then only one can have peace and peace in the mind, or chitti is also used. So bhakti, this is in general the nature of bhakti, but it is easiest path also. It is regarded most easily reachable, most easily to get all. Love, adoration, gratitude, devotion to God are defined variously for bhakti in the scriptures, such as Chandilya Sutra. It describes deepest attachment is bhakti. Narad Bhakti Sutra, it described a form of love is bhakti. Gita describes her gratitude. And Srimad Bhagavad Puran, which Dr. Radha Madhav was explaining, has said that Srimad Bhagavad has said that in Kali Yuga only bhakti will be the most prominent, and bhakti has two sons, Jnanam, Vairagya, Jnana and Vairagya. These are the two sons, two children of bhakti. So this is the essence here, that even bhakti is different, but it is not dissoluted. It is not as isolated from others. It is associated with Jnana and with Karma also. As in Gita, we find this principle, and mostly we all know also about this. But when there is in Vedas, we come to Vedas, their worshippers are seeking God bliss, divine bliss, which is called Swati. In Ramayana, we find Sundarkand is the best kand there. In Tulsi Ramayana also Sundarkand is named as Sundarkand because why it is Sundar? It is Sundar due to the concept of Sharanagati, which is described there. Vibhishan comes to Sri Ram, and he is coming from Rakshas school. Even then Sri Ram accepts him with all his attributes, his qualities or disqualities. So this is Sharanagati. Samudra is another example there, who after 3 days comes to Sri Ram and says, I will give you the path on Ram Setu. So Ram gives him all grace and excuses his fault. Then Shabri is there, and Navdha Bhakti is associated with it. And Srimad Bhagavad Puran also describes 9 types of Pada Sevanam, etc. And this Sharanagati is the most important part of bhakti, which is developed later in other epics, etc. As Tulsi Ramayana, there is said Bhaktim Prach Raghu Pungav Nirbharam me. Bhaktim Prach, only bhakti is asked, nothing else, only bhakti, Nirbharam. Plenty of bhakti I need. And in Gita, in the last part, Shri Krishna says, Sarvdharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Braj. Aham Tvam Sarva Papibhya Mokshishyami Ma Shucha. शरणम ब्रज, तुम मेरी शरण में आ जाओ तो मैं सब चीजों को तुम्हारी वैसे ही ठीक कर दूंगा। और एक सबसे बड़ी बात है कि यही शरण में जब अर्जुन आ जाते हैं, शुरू में द्वितीय अध्याय के शुरू के श्लोकों में वी हैव सीन, तब श्री कृष्ण स्टार्ट्स स्पीकिंग गीता फ्रॉम द 11th श्लोक ऑफ second chapter, Gita is started. So we see that Sharanam is very important in Puranas and in Mahabharata. I think in Gita there is a book which is very important, and that it says that इसको चलने का क्या करना है? फिर रुक गया ये. How to get? मेरे से हो नहीं रहा है. Upasana, upasan, to sit near God. If you will have faith, if you will have love for God, God will allow you to sit near. As Hanumanji is the example in Ramayana story. So this is upasana. Meditation, purity of mind is important for devotion. After devotion, mind is pure, and if mind is pure, then karma may be done without attachment, and jnanam may be attained, which is self-realization. I was telling about Gita. As Gita is important, there is only one shlok in which Shri Krishna has done a promise. And nowhere in our Shastras there that promise is there. And he has promised that Kaunteya pratijanihi nam bhakta pranashyati. Hey Arjun, hey Kaunteya, I promise that my bhakta, my devotee, will never be perished, will never be lost, will never be destroyed, will never be in a trouble. Kaunteya pratijanihi, I take this promise. The same is done in Ramayana in the reference of Vibhishana. So these two epics are important for including Sharanagati and surrender, total surrender with everything, with all kamnae, all kaman. Ramayana, there is a shloka. With all my desires, I should surrender to you. Another slok is there. Bhaktyaha tva ananyaha shakya idam vidho arjuna. Bhaktya tu ananya shakya evam vidho arjuna. So ananya bhakti, from by ananya bhakti, then man manobhava. This is again Sharanagati and Bhakti. You should be with my mind only. So he promises, and this is the shlok number 931. Pratijanihi nami bhakta pranushyati. So essential requisites of bhakti is single-minded devotion to God, meditation and chanting of perfect total over mind and senses, absence of any attachment, complete surrender to God, seeking divine grace and kindness. Devotion to God is regarded the simplest attitude and the most effective way of attaining the highest realization in Hindu tradition, even since Vedic time. So I have given a short impression analysis of bhakti and related terms with it from Veda to Gita, especially to Gita, and later Srimad Bhagavad Puran. So devotion is regarded the simplest attitude and the most effective way of attaining the highest realization in Hindu tradition, even since Vedic time. In devotion to God, worshipper looks upon him as father, creator, deliverer, great supporter, helper, friend, merciful one, and most beloved, and prays for his grace. He asks grace from Bhagwan And he thinks that every relation is God. So we can find so many prayers in Sanskrit. Stotras are there, Naam Raksha Kavach are there, and Shahasra Naam Ityadi are there. And the most famous shlok is Twamev Mata Chapita Twamev, Twamev Bandhuscha Sakha Twamev, Twamev Vidya, Dravidam Twamev, Twamev Sarvam, Mama Deva Deva. He says that Dravidam also are you. My money is you. My Vidya is you. You are my friend. You are my Bandhu. You are my father. You are my mother. And in Krishna, in Gita also, Shri Krishna has, when he was very near to Arjun said, Twameva saketi matva prasavamev yaduktam, he Krishna, he Yadav, he Eti, ajanata mahimanam toidam, maya pramadata pranena vapi. So this is bhakti, as bhakta and Bhagwan relation. So finally, nothing to say special, and you all are so learned, and bhakti is the most important aspect in our ancient tradition, and you know that there was a bhakti kala also, bhakti period also, from Ray Das, Tulsi Das, Mirabai, all these were bhakti margi kavi, and Sufi Prabhav was also there. Effect of Sufi sons were there. So sons have also played an important part in bhakti. Even in Urdu, when there are some songs, we enjoy that. And this is the last sentence. Thank you very much for patience learning.
It's a wonderful lecture, and you have brought out almost all the bhaktis that are the Nava Bhakti, which is absolutely important, and which you have brought all those stuff. And the important thing what you said was the first sentence which I liked was that the Bhakti, Sharanagati, these names are not there in the Veda, and that is absolutely true. And to the people, those who are not know about you, Professor Shashi Tiwari Madam was a professor from Delhi University in the Sanskrit department, where several students of her are in very good positions now. And one other thing is she is the president of our Waves India, and she was Rashtrapati Award winner. And I really, and she encourages a lot. And thank you so much, madam, for your
Thank you, Dr.
bhakti.
Raghavan.
Thank you,
So
madam.
Dr. Shashi Tiwari should be complimented, congratulated for all kind of work that she is doing to these Vedic studies, and also what Dr. Bhudev Sharma said, that mission is being carried on international.
Yes,
and
sir.
the Bangalore chapter came into being also because of Dr. Bhudev Sharma. So we have to remember him. He's the Adipurusha there.
Yes.
And
Yes.
thank you, Dr. Shashi Garu, because you have obliged. And moreover, this chapter is yours, and India is yours, and
Yes.
international places are also yours. As you just said, Tvameva Mata, Tvameva Pita, Dravidam Tvameva. You are found any and everywhere. So Sarvavyapi Janardana, Sarvavyapi Shashi Tiwari. So I'm so much happy that you have obliged and you have accepted to give a talk.
Aparna will do, it will, she will take it ahead. She is my student. Dr. Raghavan, you know, she is my student.
Yes. Of course, she did her PhD with you. Yeah, and also you are always down to earth, and which I really appreciate and like it a lot. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
So if we go to
Hello?
our next, sorry,
Hello?
Prabhakar garu,
Yeah.
you want to say
Hello.
something?
Hello, are you hearing?
Oh, Ingalalli, are you
Professor Ingalalli speaking.
Okay.
there?
No, it's okay. You are audible?
Yes, very much. You are audible, and you don't have video, sir?
No video. Now I am using my mobile and the computer is not working.
Okay, please. So we invite Professor R.I. Ingalalli, Professor Emeritus, Department of Philosophy, Karnataka University, to speak on Siva Agamas, their significance and to religious fervor. And Siva Agamas are absolutely very important, and both the Siva Agamas and Vaishnava Agamas both are very important. But without Siva Agamas, some of the yajnas like Atirudra Mahayajna cannot be done. With only Siva Agamas, it can be done. So that I wanted to emphasize. And Professor Ingalalli, please go ahead, sir. And your time is 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So, Namaste. The title of my paper is Relevance of Shaiva Agamas, Their Significance to Religious Fervor. Let me start. In Indian civilization and culture, Vedas and Agamas have played a significant role and still consistently functioning well with a global perspective. Even though Hindu society finds itself largely distanced from its spiritual orientation in modern times, Shaiva Agamas contain the timeless cosmic truth they hold within, explaining how they are more relevant to Hindu society now than ever before. Spiritual truths are revealed to the Saptarishis by Lord Shiva himself. Shaiva Agamas Shaiva Agamas are living scriptures which guide human beings to connect with the inner realm and ultimately realize the cosmic truth of identity with reality as self-realization. Agamas are expounding on every aspect of life for deepest spiritual insights into the nature of the cosmos, to the knowledge of liberation, from the precepts of yoga to experiencing oneness of tantra, from principles of sculpture for constructing temples to different types of puja, mantra, and mudra, and from rules of daily conduct to rituals. Shaiva Agamas are essentially the applied science of ancient Hindu spirituality that offer lasting solutions to the many problems faced by humankind. The term Agama literally means tradition or that which has come down. And the Agama texts describe cosmology, epistemology, philosophical doctrines, precepts on meditation and practices. The three main branches of Agama's texts are Shaiva Agamas, Vaishnava Agamas, and Shakta Agamas. The Agamic traditions are sometimes called Tantrism, although the term Tantra is usually used specifically to refer to Shakta Agamas. The Agama literature is voluminous and includes 28 Shaiva Agamas, 64 Shakta Agamas. Each Agama consists of 4 important parts. Jnanapada, also called Vidyapada, which consists of the doctrine, the philosophical and spiritual knowledge, knowledge of reality and liberation. Yogapada implies precepts on yoga, the physical and mental discipline. Kriyapada consists of rules for rituals, construction of temples, mandira, design principles for sculpting, carving, and consecration of idols of deities for worship in temples for different forms of initiations or diksha. Charyapada lays down rules of conduct of worship, puja, observance of religious rites, rituals, festivals, and say prayaschitas. Hope you are listening, no? You are hearing?
Yes. You can listen. Yes, please come.
Okay. Philosophy of Shaiva Agamas now. The Agama texts of Hinduism present a diverse range of philosophies, ranging from theistic dualism to absolute monism. This diversity of views was acknowledged by the 10th century scholar Abhinava Gupta. In Saivism alone, there are 10 dualistic Dvaita Agama texts, 18 qualified monism cum dualism, Veda, Agama text, and 64 monism or Advaita Agama texts. The Vijaya Agama is a scripture within Shaiva tradition classified under the Rudra Veda Agamas. These texts are fundamental to Shaivism, offering detailed guidelines for rituals, temple construction, spiritual practices, and philosophical teachings centered around the worship of Lord Shiva, particularly in his Rudra aspect. The Vijaya Agama is especially notable for its emphasis on the victory and overcoming obstacles both in the material and spiritual realms. This text provides comprehensive instructions on rituals, meditative practices, and philosophical insights aimed at harnessing Shiva's victorious energy. It holds a significant place in ancient Indian literature, offering unique blend of practical guidance and profound wisdom for Shaiva practitioners. Next, I will skip some of the things. And this Vijayagama includes, there are about different, say, parts in Agamas. Because of the paucity of time, I will skip some of the things. Philosophical significance. The Vijayagama is significant for its emphasis on the concept of victory and its integration with Shaiva rituals and meditation. It presents a comprehensive view of Shiva as the ultimate source of strength and triumph, offering practical and philosophical guidance for overcoming obstacles and achieve success. The text is the text teachings underscore the importance of perseverance, faith, and divine grace in the spiritual journey. By integrating metaphysical insight with practical instructions, the Vijaya Agama offers holistic approach to spiritual development, highlighting the interconnectedness of effort and divine intervention in the pursuit of liberation. Veer Shaivism as Lingaitism is a distinct Shaiva religious tradition. It was existing even before a partial reformation of it by Sri Basaveshwara in Karnataka during the 12th century philosopher and statesman. It is somewhat similar to Ramanuja's South Indian, say, Vishishtadvaita. The worship is notable for the iconographic form of Ishtalinga. Here I would like to say that, say, in the 20th century, one Kumar Swamiji, say, he became, say, president of some international yoga conference in France. He visited Vatican City and he met the Pope there, and he explained Shiva Yoga with Ishtalinga practice in Veershaiva Lingaitism. And that Pope is so eager to hold it, that Ishtalinga in his palm. And that photograph is there in our Dharwad Tapavan. That is an interesting thing. And again, one more important thing is that the effect of the Shaiva Agamas, an additional point, in the first August lecture of Swami Vivekananda on September 11, 1983, he, without mentioning that particular sloka from Pushpadanta's Shiva Mahimna Stotra. And still the vibration of Shiva Mahimna Stotra is working all over the world. And now let me say, continue to another point. The concept of Rudra Shiva in Veda. There are some hymns addressed to Rudra in Rig Veda, and the name Rudra occurs in about 75 places. The name connotes that the punishing god is in his terrible aspect, and in his benevolent aspect he is called Shiva, auspicious. The name Shiva also occurs 18 times in Rig Veda. Shiva is the giver of happiness. Following is the significant description of Rudra Shiva in Rig Veda, 2nd Mandala, 33 Sukta, 10th Mantra. And I will just skip that Sanskrit version and read the English translation. O Rudra, worthy indeed, you wield the arrows and the bow. You are worthy indeed with Nishka, the golden necklace which is worthy of worship. You are protecting this all-expansive universe, and none is more powerful than you. Philosophical significance of Rudra Adhyaya in Yajurveda. implies the conceptual development of Rudradeva as Shiva, the Brahman with cosmic functions. Shatarudriya of Yajurveda glorifies Rudra Shiva with 100 names as epithets in the 8 Anvakas, from 2nd to the 9th. Some of the important epithets of historical interest are Bhava, Pashupati, Nilagriva, Shambhu, Shankara, Shiva. Then Shaiva Upanishads. Some of the Upanishads contain the fundamental concepts of Shaivism. These are considerable, there is a considerable impact of Upanishad thoughts on the later development of Shaiva literature in the form of Agamas. Shaiva Agamas as source of Shaivism. And here I say there are many Shaiva Agamas which are the sources of most of the schools of Shaivism, including 6 systems of Indian philosophy. Due to extensive coverage of various topics, there is a considerable amount of literature in Sanskrit. There are about 28 principal Shaivagam listed as Kamika, Achintya, and Vijay, etc. Next. Chandra Jnanagamas. I will just read before a concise account. The knowledge gained in the Agama is pleasing or illuminating and is effectively eliminates ignorance, which causes bondage. The 9th Patala of Chandra Agama deals with the 5-fold ethical code of conduct as Panchacharas, Shivacharas, Sadachara, Lingachara, Bhrityachara, and Ganachara, which are incorporated in Veerashaiva Lingaitism. The 12th Patala emphasizes the coordination of karma, jnana, the pursuit of spiritual liberation. They say there are also like a Pashupata Agama, Shuddha Agama, like that. Then, almost coming to the conclusion, there is a considerable influence of Shaiva Agamas in the works of Adi Shankaracharya and Sri Basaveshwara. Ishavasya Upanishad with Sri Shankaracharya Bhashya consists of the principles of Shaivism based on Shaiva Agamas. Similarly, the devotional works like Shivananda Lahari, Saundarya Lahari, etc. contain many concepts from the Agamas. Similarly, in the Vachanas of Sri Basaveshwara, say, I remember, say, what is the criterion of Dharma? Dayavillada Dharmavo Avudaya. The criterion, say, Daya, the compassion is the important characteristic of all religions. If there is in any religion there is no compassion, it is not a religion, according to Sri Basaveshwara's saying. And he also says, Jnanada baladinda ajnanada kedu nodaya. By the power of knowledge, you can see the elimination of ignorance. Then the power of, say, light, you can see the, say, elimination of, say, darkness, like that. Then in the Vachanas of Sri Basaveshwara and his contemporaries, there is a synthesis of spiritual elements from Upanishads and Shaiva Agamas. At present, they are capable of providing unified spiritual knowledge for the mankind at global level. Since in USA, Canada, and in America, there are also Veerashaiva societies, and there are also many Hindu temples all over the world. So here I conclude my paper with just illustrating brief points. Thanks for the authorities of the Veda Adhyayana Kendra and Shivarpanamastu. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Professor.
Hello.
It was a very brief presentation on Shiva Agamas. It is so big, so large and big, but you have absolutely stick to your time. And somebody said, if Vedas are the science, Agamas are the engineering.
Yeah.
So,
and if Vedas are the cows, and then Agamas are like milk, one Tamil scholar says.
yes, yes. So Shiva Agamas and Vaishnava Agamas both are very important, and the following of those Jyotirlingas, and one point I would like to mention here is that one of our programs that Professor Balram Singh conducts He is from the US, and he and his student Dr. Aparna ji, they conduct every year Ekadasha Rudra Manthan, and where the Pandit from the Lucknow, he chants the Siva Puranam completely in those 11 days. So it is several people, they follow that maybe Balram Singh may not be knowing, Professor Balram Singh may not be knowing, but he is very much interested in conducting such programs through one of his director for one of the institutes in the US, the INADS. So I really liked it, and past 3 years I have been very much following this Rudramanthan program being conducted by our friend Dr. Aparna ji. So thank you very much, Professor Ingalalli sir. So we now invite Professor Rajendran, Sanskrit professor from Calicut University of Calicut, Kerala, to speak on music as a spiritual journey in Tyagaraja. Professor Rajendran sir, namaskara.
Namaskar.
Namaste.
Just as a matter of fact, I just arrived from Singapore, and there is a bit of the jet lag and all that. But since I am speaking about Tyagaraja, all these things have just vanished. And I salute on this occasion my good old friend Dr. Prabhakar and all the esteemed panelists here, the respected chair. With these very few words of introduction, let me directly enter into the topic which I am going to discuss today. I am going to say a few words about Tyagaraja's musical quest. When we speak about classical music, Carnatic music, many, even some musicians are under the impression that it is something for something like an acrobatics, where you are to show your skill in vocal music, instrumental music, and other things, your dexterity. And at that time, you will forget what is the significance of the lines which are composed by great masters like Tyagaraja. So it is really fortunate that Tyagaraja has left to posterity his intimate philosophical musings also in his musical compositions. That is something very rare, because many composers, I am not going to belittle their importance, but if you compare their output with Tyagaraja, that of Tyagaraja, he's a class apart. And the only person who comes close to him is Muthuswami Dikshitha, who has distilled all his knowledge of Tantrism in his iconography, everything through his compositions. But in the case of Tyagaraja, he is always introspective in his music. Sometimes he is speaking to his Ishta Devada, Rama. And that is if the Ishtadevada is available to him. The Ishtadevada will not be always available to a sadhaka. That is the pity of it. Mystics speak about the dark night of the soul. The soul is in search of the God, but the God is not ready to reveal himself to the sadhaka. So the sadhaka is like a child, helpless child, crying. Sometimes he is very much angry with the God. Oh, what are you doing? Are you a God? Like that. He will go on scolding. And sometimes he will be repenting. Sometimes he will get a glimpse of divinity. And at that time, he feels that this is enough for me. All these things are present in Tyagaraja's music. So that is why when we are playing Tyagaraja, we should be sensitive to what he is saying. I remember there is a very excellent, celebrated magazine published from Chennai called Shruti. There was a write-up about the performance of a great violinist. And the reviewer said he played Tyagaraja and Tyagaraja lost. That is, he was playing with all acrobatic, vigor, in that the soul of Tyagaraja's music vanished. So what is the soul of Tyagaraja? If you analyze the thought content of Tyagaraja's compositions, we can see that he's always self-reflexive. He ponders over his own devotion, his life, and his attitude to music as such. What is music? So for him, music is, he says, Sangeeta Jnanamu Bhaktimila. What is the use of music without devotion? Then he is always fond of this Nadopasana. He uses the word Nadopasana, which is very much present in Indian mystical thought. And he himself had practiced it. He was practicing Nadopasana through his musical compositions. And at that time, there is a lot of autobiographical significance. He will be thinking about himself. He'll be thinking about the people around him, the people who are so much after women, wealth, and the fleeting pleasures of the material body. And we forget the God. So he has his own comments to make about the social realities. Then he speaks about his own travails and torments, the type of mental agony he had went through, and the total this journey in the darkness of the soul, and his own despondency, his own helplessness, his own feeling that he will never be able to realize the God, his own pleading to the God, like that. So he had his own. So we can say that the life of Tyagaraja was not a path strewn with roses all the way. He had his own great disappointments, doubts, and agonies which tortured his soul. Often he is filled with the distress at the selfishness and greed of human beings. Tyagaraja often quarrels with his Ishtadevada, Rama, and muses over the human nature with its inherent weaknesses. He occasionally speaks about music also. Music. He is always speaking about music also. This is done time and again, and deserve our close analysis, as a full appreciation of the colorful personality of Tyagaraja will be impossible if we leave aside his precious philosophical deliberations. There is a famous Shankarabharana piece called Swararaga Sudha Yuta Bhakti Swargapavarga Buddha. It contains in the gist Tyagaraja's very philosophy of music. It is composed like an inner monologue of Tyagaraja with his own mind. He is always calling O Manasa, like the O mind. Tyagaraja here records that he possesses the deep knowledge of Swararnava imparted by Lord Shiva to Parvati. He declares that music is not a means of salvation. People say that it is a method, it is an upaya, but to Tyagaraja it is salvation itself. The realization of the principle of nada originating from the Mooladhara, that he says there in the Chalranam, is according to him, it creates the supreme bliss. That is the reason why he equates music combined with devotion with both Sorga and Apavarga. Sorga Apavarga Yuta. Swararaga Sudha Yuta Bhakti. Sorga Apavarga Yuta. That is, it may be recalled that in Indian tradition, the ultimate salvation through philosophical knowledge is difficult to attain. Bahunam Janmanam Ande. That is what Bhagavad Gita himself says. The Jnana Marga is always a very difficult path to treat. The Bhagavad Gita says, Bahunam Janmanam Ande Jnanavan Mam Pravadyate. A person opting for Jnana Marga has to wait for several births to attain the God. On the other hand, through the path of devotion, a person can attain salvation at the very moment he realizes the ragas. That is what he says. The same philosophy of music is time and again repeated in many other self-reflexive kridis. In the Kalyana Vasanta piece, Nadalolude, very beautiful piece, Tyagaraja, I'm sorry I cannot sing, Tyagaraja exhorts his mind to attain the highest spiritual bliss by losing itself in Nada, which is associated with various ragas manifested by the 7 notes. And there is a Devagandhari piece, Sitavara Sangita. Here he says that music is a gift of God, which qualifies a person to become a realized soul. Another piece, in Kalyana Vasanta, Mokshamu Galada. The Saramadi piece. Tyagaraja asks if it is possible to anybody except the Jivan Mukta to attain salvation. So there is a very beautiful line, Sathal Karamu, and you have to hear the great MD Ramanathan rendering that will give you the soul of that particular piece. It is indeed difficult to reach the higher realms of divine consciousness without a proper knowledge of divine music combined with the true devotion, according to him. There is another beautiful piece, Andolika piece, Raga Sudharasa, which contains the exhortation. Again, O mind, drink the nectar of the ragas and attain the fruits of Yaga, Yoga, Tyaga and Bhoga. Here he asserts that a person who comprehends the nature of Nada, Onkara and Swara, as Sadashiva himself is a realized soul. So he always equates Nada with Shankara, Nada Tanumanisham Shankara. So he becomes a realized soul, Jivan Mukta. The Jaganmohini song, Shobhillu Saptaswara, exhorts the mind to worship the beautiful goddess presiding over the 7 swaras. She is manifested through navel, heart, throat, tongue, and nose. She is embodied in the Rigveda and Samaveda and the heart of Gayatri Mantra. She shines in the mind of gods, holy persons, and Tyagaraja. So it is not surprising that Tyagaraja cannot conceive of musical skill which does not surrender in all humility to the absolute. Music without devotion is like body without a soul. In the song Swaraga Sudharasa, Tyagaraja spurns vulgar musicians as cranes and frogs, Baga, Vega, who sit on the lotus of supreme bliss without knowing the least what it is. In another piece, another Shankarabharana piece, Maryada Gadura, Tyagaraja asserts that those Bhagavatas who have no knowledge of Raga and Tala, and more importantly, no love and devotion and no knowledge or yogic practice are condemned to be born again and again. In his Danyasi piece, Sangeeta Tyanamu Bhakti Vina, he declares that music without devotion will lead one astray. True spiritual music is a great art practiced by sages and saints alike, like Bringi, Nadesha, and Hanuman. The worth of music is known only by a person who knows the right and wrong, the worthlessness of worldly wealth, and who has conquered his inner enemies like passion and anger. It may be recalled that Indian philosophical systems like yoga and Vedanta also underline the importance of ethical purity for a person desirous of attaining spiritual salvation. It is remarkable that Rama, Tyagaraja's Ishtadevata, is portrayed as a very embodiment of music. According to Dr. Raghavan, there seems to be a peculiar appropriateness in Tyagaraja's selection of the Saguna form of Sri Ramachandra for his bhakti. He refers to the fact that Valmiki himself mentions the musical accomplishments of Rama in the Valmiki Ramayana. Gandharvecha Bhuvi Shreshtaha Idi Babhuva Bharadagraja. That is Gandharvecha Bhuvi Shreshtaha Babhuva Bharadagraja. Rama's love for music is referred to in expressions like Sangeeta Lola, Gana Lola, Samagana Lola, Gita Priya, Raga Resiga, Saptaswara Chari, and the like. In the Sadhinjane piece, which is a Pancharatna piece in Arabi, Tyagaraja refers to Rama as a maintainer of musical tradition. Sangeeta Sampradaya, that is it. In Nada Sudharasa, another Arabic piece, he makes Rama the very embodiment of the nectar of Nada and Rasa. Another deity who is referred to as the embodiment of music is Shiva himself, I have already mentioned. In that Chittaranjani piece, Tyagaraja describes Shiva as the very embodiment of Nada. He is described as essence of Samaveda. The seven swaras are here described as born from his face, 5 faces like Sadyo, Jadadi, Vaktra Pangaja, Sarigama Padani, Parasaptaswara. It is indeed not surprising that Tyagaraja has recorded his own perception of music in many of his compositions. He defines Kriti or Kirtana in his song Sogasudamrganda Talamo. In the words of Dr. Raghavan, Kritis, as conceived by Tyagaraja, expound true words of the exalted Upanishads and are marked by correct placements of swaras and rhythmic turns and pauses and reflect true devotion and detachment, vairagya. Rich in 9 rasas, they are like grapes rich in juice. Raghavan also attempts a free paraphrase with an irresistible contemporaneous touch of the interesting song of Tyagaraja, Kaddanu Varigi, the Todi piece, in which too Dr. Raghavan says that a well-trained voice, perfect Shruti, spotless personal character, and faithfulness to tradition are regarded as absolute must. So Dr. Raghavan says, cast off your sleep, get up very early in the morning and practice. Culture your voice well in the still early hours of the morning. We may add, do not sleep till 9 a.m. and allow your voice to sink to half a kattai or quarter of a kattai and then requisition the other limbs of your body to make sancharas which your voice cannot execute. Take a beautiful tambura for your Shruti. We may add, cast off your Shruti box. Let your mind be pure, in tone the swaras correctly and well, and stick to the Sampradaya. This is the message Dr. Raghavan derives from Tyagaraja's piece. So in Tyagaraja's world, even the Trinity follows the path of Nadopasana to attain supreme bliss. He says in his Garuda Dhwani piece, Sri Nayaga, that one does not float on the ocean of the music, which is Brahmananda itself, adored by the gods. One who does not float in the Brahmananda is a burden to earth. So, and Tyagaraja had always the problem, Mamata Bandhana Yuddha Narastri Sugama, Nidijala Sugama. That is what he has said in a very beautiful Kalyani piece, when the king had invited him to his court. Tyagaraja was again addressing his mind, oh my mind, which is good, is it the devotion to Rama, or is it praising the Mamata Bandhana Yuddha Narastudi Sugama? This is what he asks. So his answer is an emphatic no. Though he does not say no, it is understood through not only Nidijala Sugama, but through all of his musical compositions. So I would conclude with the entreaty that Tyagaraja deserves great regard, respect, and sensitiveness, because his kirtanas are full of devotion, full of musical splendor, and full of philosophical wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you so
nice.
much, Professor Rajendran sir. So it was a wonderful presentation on Tyagaraja, though brief, and it is more than 720 kirtanas which Sri Tyagaraja has brought out. But as you rightly mentioned, so it's really a spiritual path that which Tyagaraja has followed. So for that, as you rightly said, I liked it. That early in the morning you have to get up when you are singing any music, whether it is Carnatic music or Hindustani music or whatever. So that is very important, and discipline and character. Yeah, as you rightly said, I like that statement also. That character is very important. Without that character, you want to sing about Rama and you want to do Saranagati to Rama is absolutely not possible. So which Tyagaraja has followed, that's why he got the moksham. And then we really thank you for bringing out this particular one, which the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra. Nada Veda. Veda is Professor Prabhakar. Nada is Professor Sita Rama Lakshmi, his Dharma Patni. So for this, both are absolutely important, Vedam and Nadam. So thank you so much, Professor Rajendran sir, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you.
So,
Namaste.
Dr. Rajendran,
Sorry, I have to leave. Yes.
No, 1 second. I have to compliment you. For that,
Yes.
everybody will. So, you are not only Alankarika and Veda and all. We have seen your lectures on Alankara Shastra and so on. You are international figure, but you have made some time. See, landing from Singapore into India and talking about Tyagaraja. What a wonderful. So,
Yeah.
Tyagaraja is the simply highest musical tower. So, and one more point is Tyagaraja is such a great musician, scholar, and Upanishadkar also. We have got the Tyagopanishad. And there, Rama is being made also as a Manava Santana Gana Lola. That word. So he has made a Sangita Lola, Alola, Ilola, so many Lolas are there. But he wanted the human beings' voice also to be appreciated by Rama and Mahavishnu. That is the great. So to bring down the level of appreciation, level of understanding, and all that to the human level. Because Narada, Tumbura, all these fellows are there already, celestial. But this Manava Santana Gola, and also Rama is called as Manavendrudaina Ramachandrudu. So Indratva has been attributed to Manavas. So Manava can become Indra and Indra become Manavas. So a kind of wonderful linkage has been beautifully done by Tyagaraj, and it is a ocean by himself, Samrajyam. So you brought out very nice. In fact, whatever ideas you projected must stay in the mind of the musicians. Those who try to, because they are reaching larger people through music than with our scholarship. We have got limited audience, but a Sanskrit scholar or any, but musicians have got large people to read, and they take them up the heaven and also merge into moksha. And in fact, Tyagaraja's idea, mokshamu kalada, it's a wonderful doubt, because all people take it for granted about moksham, but he wants to put for mokshamu kalada, is there moksha at all? So some of the crucial, ambiguous questions that he has put. Then the other day we had international conference, Vedic conference, where our Dr. Shashi Tiwari has projected a wonderful theme and trying to assess what is really truthful. And so there was a kind of debating. That's the theme of the conference, which took place in Orlando. So we are very much thankful to you, sir. I think your ideas must be put down in by your pen so that it will reach the musicians also through the publication museum. And you have written down already, the article is fully printed in our Veda Ganga, your Tyagaraja thing. But these points, I don't know whether they have touched, they are covered, but I wish that you please jot down these points. These are the bullet points for all musicians also. So thank you very much for your time and able to say. So you, as you said, Jetlag Gyan. So now you are fresh as a Pakka Bharat. Thank you very much. We'll go next.
Thank you. So with your permission, I have to leave
Thank you,
with
sir.
apology. Thank you.
So
So now we would like to invite Dr. Sampadananda Mishra, Sanskrit and Veda scholar from Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, to speak on idea of Rishihood in the light of Arabindo. Dr. Sampadananda. Yeah.
Yeah, namaskar.
Please go ahead.
So, first of all, thank you all for inviting me to speak on a topic which is very, very dear to my heart. So, The topic is what is Rishihood in the light of Sri Aurobindo. So for me, this question has been right from the beginning, that why we should think about rishis, speak about rishis, and know more about the rishis. And after all, we need to manifest that rishihood or rishitva within ourselves. Without understanding rishihood, without understanding the rishitva, without understanding this idea of the rishis and the role that they played, it is difficult to understand the heart and soul of Bharat. Because Bharat is the land of the rishis. Everything that Bharat has achieved, for which the whole world pays respect to Bharat, this land, is because of the rishis, the contribution of the rishis. But who is a rishi? The question always remains, like today, if we talk to our young masses about the rishis or the people, they have an image that, a rishi should be someone who is sitting in a particular posture at a particular place or with a particular robe appearance. That becomes important. But the rishi is not the one that one imagines to be. Let's first concentrate on the word rishi itself. Why this word rishi? What does it signify? And in Sanskrit, every word comes from a root sound, and that root sound has layers of experiences, and those experiences decide what would be the meaning of the word derived from that root sound. Now, the word rishi comes from the root sound rish in Sanskrit, which means to move, to go. Even the sound r has that sense of vibrant movement, dynamic movement. So to go, to move, to flow, this is the original sense of the root sound or the seed sound r or the root sound rish. So if we look at who were the rishis, how did they live, what did they do, and what happened to the rishis, and how they were capable of creating such a great civilization, then we link it through the root sound. We will see that the rishi is the one who flows or who moves or who is in tune with the rhythmic flow or the movement of the universe. The rishi is one with the movement. The rishi vibrates with the vibration of the movement. He knows the truth of the whole of the movement. So that is the root meaning of the word rishi. So a rishi is also known as kavi. We call it ordinarily the poet, but kavi is equivalent to the word rishi. Kavayah satya shruta, satya shrotaraha. So kavi, like a rishi is mantra drashta, satya shrota, the kavi is also satya shrota and satya drashta. Because to become a rishi, one has to rise above the ordinary consciousness and attain to such height of the consciousness where one comes face to face with the truth. One comes face to face with the truth. This is the phrase which Swami Vivekananda uses while explaining about the rishis. He says that rishi comes face to face with the truth. He knows the truth. He becomes the truth. And he has the power to execute the truth. He knows the truthful way of putting every action or moving ahead in the world truthfully in order to attain to the Nishrayas. So Rishi is Kavi, Rishi is the mantra drashta, satya shrota. He has that inner power of vision, inner power of audition by which he can see the truth directly, by which he can hear the voice of the truth directly, and then give expression to the truth which he has heard, which he has seen, which he has realized, which he has felt, without allowing his mind to interpret, misinterpret, or elaborate, or deduct, or expand as it is. That is why the Veda says, Yadrugeva dadrushe tadruku uchyate. What I have seen, I have presented that. Then that Satya Drishti becomes the mantra. And Sri Aurobindo, while commenting on this aspect of the rishis, so he says that the rishi is the one through whom the secret words of the Vedas were revealed. The secret words of the Vedas were revealed. So the rishi attains to such height in his meditation by the power of tapas, by the power of yoga, by the power of daksha, by the power of dhamma, by the power of his buddhi, viveka buddhi, by the power of his bahushrutya, by the power of his tapas, by the power of his niyoga, by the power of his upasana, he attains to that state of consciousness where he comes face to face with the truth. That is, the mantras have to be approached. When we are coming in contact with any mantra, we remember the Rishi Chanda Devata. So we invoke the presence of that Rishi. It means invoking the presence of that Rishi means rising above to the same state of consciousness in which the mantra was revealed to the Rishi. Then only one can understand what the mantra is. Only a Rishi can understand, can know what another Rishi has said. Na pratyaksham asti anrushinam mantram. The mantra can never be perceptible or seen, perceived by the one who is not a Rishi. The mantra is perceptible only to the one who is a Rishi. That's why we have that na pratyaksham anrushinam asti mantra. And how did they attain to this state of the Rishitva? Tasya tapasa param ipsitam. Tapasa has to be reached by the power of tapas, or as I mentioned, that it has to be attained to by the power of yogena, dakshena, tapasa, damena, buddhya, bahusrutyena, tapasa, niyogeihi, upasyastah, kritsnasho, devataya, rucho, hayo deva, saveda deva. Only then one can understand the deities. And Sri Aurobindo, while explaining this, he says that rishis were always in a wrestling meditation. In meditation, they were wrestling with the shining entities we call the devas, the children of light. In the abode of light, they were wrestling with those entities of the light, the children of light. So then they could attain to the divyatva, that divinity. So then they can become the possessor of the mantra, what the mantra says. So while further explaining, Sri Aurobindo says that the Rishi is the one who had the inner sight to see the mantra. He sees, he discovers an inner truth and puts it into self-effective language. In the sense, there is no personal effort that a rishi puts it into self-effective language. In that state of darshana, pratyaksha darshana, the sound, the symbol, the sense, they emerge spontaneously, they appear spontaneously, they start reverberating and becoming self-organized in the consciousness. So he is capable of holding, he is capable of holding that vibratory movements, that rhythmic potent words called the mantra, and they become so lively. These are not, and they never become the lifeless ideas to him. So it becomes murta in his consciousness forever. So this is what we see again. Sri Aurobindo says that the rishi, I mean, this is not something new idea that he is speaking sometimes, but he also brings some very fascinating ideas with regard to when he talks about the rishi. So I'll read out a passage, long passage, I mean, to contemplate on it before I conclude my deliberation. So Sri Aurobindo says, and please listen to it carefully, and also do not be in a hurry to judge what he says. It needs to be contemplated. It needs to be seen in the context which he speaks of. So otherwise it can be misinterpreted. He can be misunderstood also. So he says, the rishi was in that age, the rishi was in that age the head of the human world. He was the leader. Like Swami Vivekananda says, that it was not the kings and monarchs and the rulers were the true leaders of the society. It was only the rishis who were the true leaders of the society. So Sri Aurobindo says here, the rishi was in that age the head of the human world. He was the leader. He was the Purohita. He was the Karnadhara. He was the Praneta. He was the Kavi. So he was at once a sage. I'm reading Sri Aurobindo's lines again. So first line he says, the Rishi was in that age the head of the human world. Then he continues to say, he was at once sage, poet, priest, scientist, prophet, educator, scholar, and legislator, and so on. He composed a song. Like we have many great poets who compose songs. It appears that, wow, how beautiful poetry, how profound poetry has came vibrating through this poet. In the present age also, there are many poets through whom the real poetry, the real mantra appears. So he composed a song and it became one of the sacred hymns of the people. He emerged from rapt communion with God to utter some puissant sentence, which in after ages became the germ of that mighty philosophies. He conducted a sacrifice, and kings and peoples rose on its 7 flaming tongues to wealth and prosperity and greatness. He formulated an observant aphorism and it was made the foundation of some future science, ethical, practical, or physical. He gave a decision in a dispute, and his verdict was seed of a great code or legislative theory in Himalayan forests, or by the confluence of great rivers. He lived as the center of a family whose link was thought whose link was thought interchange and not blood relationship, bright-eyed children of sages, heroic striplings, earnest pursuers of knowledge, destined to become themselves great rishis or renowned leaders of the thought and action. He himself was the master of all learning and all arts and all sciences. The rishis won their knowledge by meditation. Tasya tapasa paramipsitavyam.
Dr. Mishra,
So,
you have time,
the
2 minutes
rishis,
time. Yeah, your time is almost over.
yeah, I'm ending it in 1 minute.
Yes.
So he himself was the master of all learning and all arts and all sciences. The rishis won their knowledge by meditation, working through inspiration to intuition. Mark this phrase, working through inspiration to intuition. Please remember the entire Vedic age was the intuitive age, the symbolic age. So from the intuition, we moved towards the analytic mind. So then we have other kinds of literature, post-Vedic literature, where analysis, the analytic mind played the most important role. But during the Vedic time, it was the intuitive mind who was responsible for, all that was created during that age. So the rishis won their knowledge by meditation, working through inspiration and intuition. Austere concentration of the faculties stilled the waywardness of the reason and set free for its work the inner, unerring vision, which is above reason. As reason itself, above sight, this again worked by intuitive flashes. One inspired stroke of insight quivering out close upon the other, till the whole form a logical chain. Yet a logic is not coldly thought out, not the logic of argument, but the logic of continuous and consistent inspiration. And the last sentence, the rishis were inspired thinkers, not working through deductive reason or any physical processes of sense subdual. The energy of their personalities was colossal. Wrestling in fierce meditation with God, they had become masters of incalculable spiritual energies. But at the same time, he also says that all those who lived during that age were not rishis, but they followed a certain discipline in the life and guided the society by the power of their intuitive knowledge, by the power of tapas, by the power of the truth, by the power of all that they directly saw, directly heard, or directly came in contact with. So idam nama rishibhya purvajebhya purvebhya patikrutbhya. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra ji, for your presentation on the Rishihood and Aurobindo's thoughts on that, and you have brought out. Now we would like to invite.
1 second. I just want to compliment and congratulate. At the same time, thank Sampadananda Mishra. She's too busy, too much moving, too many lectures, too much. But in spite of all that, he has spared some time to us to talk about the Rishi actually. They were from root point of view also and action point of view. Secondly, bringing Aurobindo, one of the important modern saints, philosophers, spiritualists, who inspired, who has got Aurobindo Ashramam in Pondicherry and inspiring so many people, and mother. But I just want to make a warm. He has written so many books, but Savitri is an important book for Aurobindo. Secondly, there are some volumes on the secret of Veda. So I just, when I opened the first volume of Secret of Veda, I was just thinking, is there Secret of Veda? With that sentence, he started his volume and went on explaining all, because Veda secret is there, like that. So thank you very much, Mr. Ajay Sambhadananda. Anytime that I met you is a great learning. And the other day in my international conference at Orlando, you just spoke all definitions and root, going to the root point of view, so that it is all Ayurvedic system of attending to the complaints. So, so much thankful for all your work. And moreover, as you see, you are doing a lot of work for the Kid Veda preschool anywhere you go in the world. So, wish you all good health,
Thank you, sir.
prosperity,
Dhanyavad.
and also trying to spread the message of Veda, and also Arvind Swami and all these people. God bless you, Sri Ram. Thank you.
So we have 20 more minutes time and 2 presentations are there. And we would like to invite Dr. Aparna Dhir Kandelwal from Delhi, Assistant Professor, Institute of Advanced Sciences in IITs of the US, working with Professor Balram, Professor Balram Singh ji, with very closely. And she is Secretary for the Waves of India and abroad. And let her presentation go with the Yajna, which is a very important component of the Vedas. Yes, madam.
Namaste to all, and thank you very much, Professor Prabhakar sir, for giving me this opportunity to present here in the 30th Annual Day celebrations of Veda Adhyayana Kendra and Waves Bangalore chapter. And before me, a lot of learned speakers have talked about lot of about the theme, basically, the saints, spiritualist and regionalist, now and before in the Veda and music. And many such presentations were there. So mine will be a very kind of a not so learned, but just a overview kind of a presentation. And I thank you, Dr. Raghav ji, for introducing me, and also for giving this for giving the acknowledgement to the Rudra Manthan program. And I'm even Professor Tiwari ma'am has also recognized me for something. So I'm thankful to her also. And I'm glad that if anyone from here, from this group, wants to participate in the Rudra Manthan. And like we just heard the presentation on the Shiv Agamas. And thank you, everyone. So to begin with, my topic is Yagya, the law of nature. We all are very familiar with the Vedas and the concept of Vedas and how vast it is. We all are very much familiar that 4 Vedas, and it has different streams, so many streams in the form of Sangitas, Brahman, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. And many of us, due to our interest only, some of us, like if we are having a philosophical interest, we pursue our studies through Upanishads. And if we are a ritualistic person, we pursue our studies through Brahmanas. And many of us like to do prayers, and which are there in the Sangitas. And Aranyakas are the connecting text from the ritualistic commentaries to the Upanishad, with the philosophical and the spiritual aspect hidden in that. So this is how we can say that this vastness is here in the form of Vedas, and we all, even if we want to study the whole of the Vedic text, we cannot in one life, because it is too much and very much interrelated and connected to each other. So starting with the brief introduction on the Vedas, that we all know it is a repository of knowledge, lot of knowledgeable ideas, or we can say our tradition, our culture, it is as Rig Veda is the foremost in all the in the whole world. So our traditions, our culture are starting from there. We can find in the Vedas, and it is said that mantra brahmaneo vedanam dheyam. So here we can say that mantras are nothing but the Vedic hymns or the Vedic prayers by which we can please God, and or we can please the Ishvara, the natural powers or the divine elements, Or then Brahmanas are the ritualistic text or the actions we must perform, and that too in the accordance of time. And jointly, these both uh, are known as Vedas. So, and after that, everything is the commentaries or the explanations. So, in the Vedic prayers only are the explanations which is found in the Brahmanas. So, when we talk about the Yagya, mm, the main essence of Yagya is there in the Brahman Granthas, Brahman text, which is which comes after the Vedic prayers or the Sangitas. So, talking about the rituals, when we talk about the rituals, everybody is aware of a lot of names are there in the mind, like Agnihotra, Chaturmasya, Pashubandha, Agnishthom, Vajpaya, Somyaga, Dashpaurmasya, Vaishwadev, and many other are there, which has different way of performing yagyas. Lot of ritualistic explanation are attached to them, how they should be performed, what are the basic necessity to perform those yagyas, what should be the time limit, what should be the direction, how the Vedi should be prepared for those particular yagya, and who should perform so and so yagya. So many such details are there in the Brahman Granthas, in all the in all the Vedas, of all the Vedas. But here, and also we all are very, when we talk, when we move to the Upanishad part, we got familiar with the concept of Panch Mahayagya, and which is, I think, is related to the our daily life. We should all perform Panch Mahayagya. We should be connected to this Panch Mahayagya ritual. Why? Because it connects the individual to the rest of the world. How? Because it should be performed on the daily basis. Daily, we should be aware. We should pay homage to our God, to our Ishwar, to our divine, to the divine element, to the supreme entity by way of yagya, by offering something. And similarly, in the case of Brahma Yagya or the Rishi Yagya, we should study whatever we have learned from the Guru, from our Guru. We should keep that in practice. So that is the part of Brahma Yagya. And then Bhut Yagya, we should be kind enough to offer something to other living beings who are not superior like us. Like, as we say that humans are the most superior ones in all the species. So in that case, those even the microorganisms, even the small species, they whosoever are dependent on us, we should offer something for them. And then the Pitri Yagya is related to the ancestral thing. We should keep remember our lineage, our ancestors, and pay homage to them by offering something. And then the Manushya Yagya or Nri Yagya. Again, it is for the humans, for the people who are dependent on us. So we should not forget this thing, that we should not be ignorant or arrogant in serving all these, and this Panch Mahayagya should be our daily ritual. But these definitions which I'm giving here, a Panch Mahayagya or the related yagyas, these are something which people are very much familiar. If they are if they are a student of Vedas or the Brahmanas, they are familiar with these terms. But philosophically, the essence of yagya, we should know that before performing all these yagya. So that this was the part of my introduction. Now moving to the word yagya, the etymological meaning of the word yagya, it is related to worship, to give, and to unite. Or we can say it is related, it has three meanings hidden in it. Devata, Dan, Sangati Karan. That is, we should keep worshipping to the one who is superior to us, who is the supreme entity. We should not forget. There should not be any kind of ignorance or arrogance in that sense. All are now, who is Devta? There is a lot of explanation we found in the secondary sources or even in the primary sources of Vedas, where we know that there are 33 gods, or we can say there are all the natural powers, all the divine powers, yeah, or everything who is having divine element, or we can say who is who is illuminated because of the power within. So that thing is kind of a devata for us, from whom we can have something. So we keep worshipping to them. Then there should be a feeling of give dan, that is tyag bhavna should be there. We should keep offering whatever we have earned, not in the terms of monetary terms, but whatever food we have, whatever everything we have, the desirable thing, we should keep giving that thing from our from whatever we have earned. We should
Sat.
give to others.
Hello.
Yes. So we should keep giving to others and then to unite. The Sangati current should be there. We should keep everyone to be united. There should be a feeling of united, that I am like, if we say that um, I am dependent on somebody and the someone is dependent on me. So we three should be we three should get united, for there should be a kind of an interdependence among us. So that is again, that is to me, it is the sense of yagya, that there should not be any kind of discrimination. So yagya is the one that focuses on the service and the sacrifice. There should be a feeling of sacrifice. We should keep giving, keep offering whatever we have. And also, in other words, we can say it is related to the actions. The rituals doesn't mean we have to pour ghee or of milk into the yagya ritual. It is related to the offerings. What we have, keep on sacrificing for the others, for the feeling of to make them more. So there should be another thing is that yagya comes in the category of dharma purushartha. We all know that there are the four purusharthas are the pillars of one's life. That is dharma, arth, kam, moksha. So dharma doesn't mean it is a religion. It is focuses on our actions, our responsibilities, our duties. So yagya is related to the duty kind of a thing. It is our daily thing. Daily we need to be aware of this thing, that we have to offer something. We have to, even if we are sacrificing our time for somebody, we are helping somebody, that is comes under the category of dharma purushartha. So there is an obligation to oneself, one's family and society, nation, everyone around us. So it is like that. This whole is known as yagya. Even if we are talking to each other and we are giving time here for this conference, for this celebration, we are performing a yagya. We can say it is like a karmi yaga or a jnana yaga, which we are doing here. And moreover, that if we say that I am even I am हमें सबके लिए सेवा भाव रखना चाहिए. तो जब हम सेवा भाव रखते हैं, that is called as yagya. So we can say that the whole universe is upheld by the spirit of yagya. Each and every entity there in the universe exist, or you can say sustain, because of the spirit of yagya. Someone is performing something and someone is having something. So each and everything is interdependent to each other. So yagya was the integral part of the Vedic society. That is why there is a lot of references starting from the Rig Veda to till the Upanishads. We find yagya in many ways there. Why whether in the whether in the sense of performing, or whether in the sense of spiritual or philosophical aspect of it. So it actually connects human beings with the nature that stimulates cosmic energies, because there is a kind of this thing is going on with each other, like unity, the element of unity is there. How it works, for example, first of all, the yagya is the thing which is having the spirit of unselfish. We can't be selfish in the if we are performing yagya. We have to be remove our ignorance, or there should not be any kind of ego. So working of, like, for example, working of Panchamahabhutas or cosmic evolution, we can say. Here I am taking just 2 examples. In the case of Panchamahabhutas, all our 5 gross elements are the reason of our survival and sustainability. If these turn selfish, then there will be no light, no water, no fragrance, no whole ecological balance will get disturbed. Everyone is giving something to each other. Like sun is giving light to us, and then like our sun is giving light to the trees, and then trees are giving fruits to us, and then we are having this. So this is how the yagya process in the nature is also going on, and many other examples can be given like that. So otherwise there will be no life on this planet. And if we talk about cosmic evolution, there are many references found in the Brahmanas where Prajapati, as the supreme entity, is a creator of many living beings, various living beings. And Prajapati in the form of Yagya only, creating each and every living being, all the creature around us. So this is a reference from the Shatpat Brahman, which says that Prajapati is the reason through which all the creatures got produced. Now there is one example. I have already written a paper on the creation aspect from the Shatpat Brahman and the Tetriya Brahman, and it is published in the Waves India publication. In Bharatiya Parampara mein Srishti Vigyan something, and other two books are there. So I'm giving just one example here, and I'm reading it to make it more understandable. Shatpat Brahman's Kant 6 explained the evolution of sky, stars, living beings, etc. How every time Prajapati desired to reproduce, and with the help, because of his devotion, as the Dr. Tiwari ma'am has mentioned so much about the bhakti thing and the devotion aspect. So it is about that only. Prajapati, through his act of penance and the tapaha, he desired to reproduce, and by the way of yagya only, in the form of Agni, he converted himself in the form of Agni and entered into the union with the Prithvi. Then there was an egg, and when he touched that egg and asked, may it grow and multiply, then the embryo inside it has created a Vayu. So with the union of Agni and Prithvi, Vayu got created, and there is a shell, the shell was covered with the ashru, the tear, and that became the birds. And this is how the other process take place. The shell became the antariksh or the space. So Vayu now in union with the space, again there is an egg, and that egg converted into the sun and the sunlight, and then the Deolok or the sky came into existence. Again, sun with the union of sky, there comes the moon, and then the stars, and then the intermediate quarters and the chief quarters. This is how the directions, the sun, all the lokas and the Panchamahabhutas are got created with the help of Prajapati as the creator, and it was explained at length in the Shatpat Brahman in Kant 6th. So the manifestation of universe was brought by Prajapati, and all the elements came into existence by the law of sacrifice to advance the process of creation. So this narration actually tells us about that how the union of Agni and Prithvi creates Vayu and Antariksh, and then Vayu and Antariksh creates Sun and Deo, and then Sun and Deo together creates moon and directions. So we can say that for the cosmic evolution, each and every element, or we can say each and every gross element, has sacrificed their individuality to evolve further. So in short, we can say that all those different entities, even whatever we have seen around us, there is in the case of Yagya, there is a principle of give and take. Each and everybody is interdependent on each other. Then the creation process take place, and when all these basic 5 elements, the creation take place because of their combination, and when then there is a time of destruction, everything got disintegrated and returned to their original form. So this process is actually very cyclic in nature, by which this universe came into existence and remained there, and even today it sustains like this only. We are getting everything from the natural elements, and then we are giving them back through various scientific process going around us. And so this is how Shatpat Brahman and Kshatriya Brahman recognized Agni or Apaha or other elements as Yagya only. Agnir Vai Yagya, Apo Vai Yagya, Apo Hi Yagya. So Yagya was declared as the center of universe. I am Yagya Bhuvanasya Nabhi. So Yagya, because the whole process is cyclic in nature, that's why it is created, it is declared as the center of the universe, and everything, it is every creation is identified with the Prajapati only. Prajapati hi Yagya. So Prajapati is itself as Yagya. So whatever is around us, we can easily term it as Yagya only. This is interpreted by our Vedic text only. So again, Shatpat Brahman say Yagyat vai prajaha prajayante. यज्ञ से ही सारी प्रजा जो है उत्पन्न होती है. From the sacrifice, creatures are produced. So this is how these Brahmanas explained us about the law of nature, and it is a symbolic representation. Yagya is actually a symbolic representation of all the cosmic order we are seeing even today, and which is going on around us. And one should understand that this law, Yagya, is the law of nature that requires voluntary giving up the present condition, whatever we have today, should to attain the superior level, we have to sacrifice that. So even today, you can relate it with your present situation. This principle of yagya is given by the Vedic sages, and it is a continuous process of creation or dissolution in the nature which is taking place. And as I was relating it to present times, we can say that whatever we are doing, we should without any selfish meaning, uh, we should keep on giving it, offering it to others, and which is a great source of happiness and reliever of stress. We should not accumulate everything around us. We should keep giving. We should keep offering, and that is why the Panch Mahayagya thing is there for as a daily ritual for us. And in the last, I must say that that's Yagyavalki Rishi has recognized in Shatpat Brahman, and Titir Rishi has recognized in Tetriya Brahman as Yagyo hi Shreshtatamam Karmaha, Yagyo hi Shreshtatamam Karmaha. It is an extraordinary action which one should always do. Thank you very much. Raghav sir, you are muted.
So very nice paper.
It was a very nice presentation, and on Yajna, and among the four Vedas, Yajurveda is the Veda for the Yajna. All the mantras that are present in the Samhita and Brahmanas, especially the great two Brahmanas of Yajurveda, the Shatapatha Brahmana and the Taittiriya Brahmana, are the basis for the yajnas, and they explain a lot on the yajnas, which you said. And I forgot to tell the audience that Aparna Dher she did her PhD on Shatapatha Brahmana with Professor Tiwari Madam, Shashi Tiwari Madam, and I saw that book also. It was a wonderful book. And I congratulate her for her wonderful presentation. Thank you, Aparna.
Now, Anjali Prasad will talk about Vivekananda.
Yes, we have last but not the least, Vivekananda, a saint and spiritualist, bringing renaissance to the Hindu Dharma. Very important person, and how many ashramas of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Vivekananda, and we will see how Sri Anjana Prasad.
Right, thank you. So yeah, my talk is about Vivekananda as a saint and spiritualist who has obviously influenced many people and spread the message of Advaita that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was teaching Vivekananda, to the extent that I think we can think of it as almost a renaissance to the Hindu Dharma. So let me say my prayer. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrutyorma Amrutam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So today I want to talk about 3 points that really define Vivekananda's life, works, and contributions to our Hindu dharma and its propagation. So I think if you think of Vivekananda, we can really relate to his curious beginnings, which led him to meet Ramakrishna, and how he became a monk following that and reformed himself with the teachings of Ramakrishna, and ultimately his contribution to what I really think is very clear thinking about truth and promoting it to all of us, right? That's been his major contribution to our society. So I want to talk about those 3 things. In terms of the beginning, he was born in 1863 on January 12th in Bengal. His actual name was Narendranath Datta, and he was born to a very affluent family in Kolkata. And so he had the opportunity to pursue Western style education, which was very rare in those days, obviously. And so he was exposed to science, Christianity, a number of things that are both Eastern as well as Western, knowledge. And early on, he was inspired by the Brahmo Samaj, uh, where he felt like there were against women especially, things that he wanted to change in terms of eliminating child marriage and also bring in literacy in the country. So he saw his purpose to kind of work towards those objectives in the Brahma Samaj, which then slowly got him to come in contact with Ramakrishna Paramahamsa because of his curiosity and this sort of ambition to change India and make India a better place, right? And so, through the teachings of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, we all know that he gave the historic speech at the World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893. And very, very unfortunately, he has had a short life, right? In 1902, just a few years, within 40 years, he passed away, but has left a very lasting legacy as a traveling monk, to spread the message of Hinduism and spirituality. And as we were just discussing, where our Bodhipalli Garu also said, has created the Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Mutt that even today is able to withhold and further promote all the great things of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and through the transmission medium of Vivekananda. So he's obviously, as you can see from the quotes that we all remember, a very eloquent and very bold and very daring personality. So he said, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. And we are what our thoughts have made us. So take care about what you think." So these are obviously some of the famous quotes that we know of Vivekananda. So as I was saying, his meeting of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa came in his quest to find the right guru and also his life's purpose. So he was obviously at the Brahma Samaj, making an impact, but he was very curious. And the biggest question he saw was from the text that he read, and he also read both the atheistic text. Also, he wondered, is there God? And he went and asked many spiritual personalities, "Have you seen God?" And he was never satisfied with any answer. And when he actually met Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramakrishna gave a very clear, simple answer: "Yes, I have. I see God as clearly as I see you. only in a much deeper sense. After that, he took Ramakrishna Paramahamsa as his guru, and the history basically suggests that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa also very immediately saw in Vivekananda a very potential student who could really promote and disseminate Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's teachings to the wider audience. So he also invested in Vivekananda as a student, and both of them spent a lot of time on meditation, yoga, as well as Hindu philosophy, especially the Advaita Vedanta. And as we could say, through the history's evidence, he had Vivekananda had absolutely deep spiritual insight through the guidance of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and fervid eloquence through quotes like, talk to yourself once in a day, otherwise you may miss meeting an intelligent person in this world. So he could have communicated, right, this messages of Hinduism, Advaita Vedanta philosophy in a very brilliant way, with broad human sympathy. So this is, I think, the most incredible part of his life is he was able to look at people who are illiterate, who are in poverty. So he was basically focused on promoting this human sympathy. And he was a very straight talker, and as you can also see, he was a very handsome figure. So 1 second. Sorry. And so the clear thinking that he promoted was seen in the famous World Parliament of Religion speech that he gave in 1893 in Chicago. And so through his travels in India and through his meditation and really promoting Ramakrishna's teachings, he was able to have the influence to introduce Hindu philosophy and spirituality to the Western world. And he obviously started the famous word Sisters and Brothers of America. And in the middle of his speech, he said, I'm proud to belong to a region which has taught the world about tolerance and universal acceptance. And so he did not criticize any religion, but really called for ending all fanaticism, persecution, uncharitable feelings, and really said religious tolerance and acceptance of different faiths is critically important. So, which obviously resonated with the press, with the people, with all the other religious leaders who were there, and thus really established Hinduism on the world stage in terms of religions. And I think his really major impact has been in inspiring youth with his quotes, with his sort of bold way of promoting clear ideas. As I said in the beginning, if you think of yourself strong, you will be. Right. So this is, I think, the clear thinking that is needed for youth, and that has been recognized. And so Ram Vivekananda's service to humanity and pursuit for knowledge is a great example for youth. So we have, National Youth Day celebrated on his birthday to honor his legacy. And we all really look up to his self-confidence, his importance for education, spiritual development as, guide points to better ourselves. So this is, I think, a very great quote that he has given. Take up one idea, make that one idea your life, dream of it, think of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, the body, muscles, nerves, and every part of your body be full of that idea, and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success, and this is the way great spiritual change are produced. So providing this sort of, again, clear thinking and focus, and sort of a strong way to put our one's focus on achieving something great, I think is great inspiration for all the youth. And again, I want to conclude by some of the other great famous quotes of Swami Vivekananda, which even today are a very important guiding, wisdom for all of us. So, obviously he spread the notion that the divine, the absolute exists within all human beings, which is Advaita kind of philosophy, regardless of social status, and seeing divine as the essence of others will promote love and social harmony. So his message was very, very socially pervasive, which again, at his time was a huge way of thinking. It's kind of modern thinking in the time he was actually there, right? And he was always about service. He said, "Ask nothing, want nothing in return. Give what you have to give; it will come back to you. But do not think of that now." Right. So this service mentality also is something he promoted. And again, you cannot believe in God until you believe in yourself and take risks in your life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can guide. So these are the ways in which he spread his messages that resonated with people. And obviously, we have the legacy of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa through Vivekananda, which is carrying on. And great people have given many quotes. And my favorite one is from Nehru. Where can you find a man like him? Study what he wrote, learn from his teachings, for if you do, you will gain immense strength, take advantage of the fountain of wisdom, of spirit, and of fire that flowed through Vivekananda. And so, as Vivekananda himself said, the body will die, but I shall not die. Here I am in this body, it will fall, but shall go on living. So, Vivekananda's message continues to live on. It is the one of Advaita, it is one of the Gita, it is our Vedanta, all given very, very eloquently and really in tune with the teachings that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa gave him. And this collaboration of the Guru and Shishya has really revived or even created a renaissance of Hinduism across India and across the world. So we're all very much indebted to the contributions of Vivekananda. That's it. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Prasad, for the wonderful presentation and history of Sri Vivekananda. And in 1800s, if he wouldn't have in Chicago, definitely Bharat Desham might have not got such a great name. And because of him, we have got that name, that in the world, that there are persons who are tapassiddhulu. So who can really elevate the people of the country in a very different way. So we still adore him, Sri Vivekananda Swami, and how many people are really now working for this mission, Ramakrishna Ashram. So really wonderful, and we have seen in our Bangalore itself. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And now we go forward with the Yakshagana performance
Before that,
by sir.
Before that, I just want to make a comment.
Please,
See,
please.
Like any student, Vivekananda was also impertinent student, indifferent student. So Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, so we all have experience with the students. All students are not sincere at all. The rebellions are there and revolters are there. But Vivekananda, what does he care about this Vedanta, Hinduism and all that? So Ramakrishna Paramahamsa saw him lot of future in him. So he used to go to his house and take classes. So the Ulta was also experienced in Ramakrishna. However, whatever it is, they prove wonderful Guru Sishyas. But for Vivekananda, there is no Ramakrishna mission. But for Abhinav Gupta, Anandavardhana is nowhere there. So like that, there are one or two people who are the torch bearers and bring all that. Even World Association for Vedic Studies also is like that. Shishi Tiwari at Delhi and Shishi Kajriwal at international level. So these are all, and Paparna, all these people are taking lead. And so today we have got some scope to express, explore, and become happy with these things. So thank you very much. Prasad has made a wonderful presentation. Although he was impertinent, very busy with his own, and he's in India now. He's in Bharat. So, Vivekananda Bharat, and he has come back from America to Bharat to speak about Vivekananda. That's interesting. So, and compliments to him. And now we will go to the entertainment program. So put the Yashagana Babu for about 16 minutes. We'll enjoy the entertainment. And the boy is son of young son of Rupa, a cardiologist in Indianapolis, and her husband also is a doctor. So they are not, they come from Mangalore, but they don't want to give up the Karnataka tradition. So they are making their boy to learn Yakshagana. So we are just witnessing that. He is Lava.
सर्वकार्यार्थ सिद्धये दक्षिणामूर्तये जयवान् सर्वकार्यार्थ सिद्धये
ನಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮನಿಂದ ಪೂಜಿಸಿ ಬಿಡಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಅಶ್ವಮೇಧ ತುರಗದ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಹೊರಟಂತಹ ನಾನು ಶತ್ರುಘ್ನ ಏನನ್ನ ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಜನರಿಂದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನಾಲಿಸಿಯೇ ಶಿರವೊಲಿದು ತರಳನೋರ್ವವು ತುರಗವಂ ಕಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ತರಳನೋರ್ವವು ತುರಗವಂ ಕಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಉರವಣಿಸಿದನೆ ರಘು ಜಗಿದಿರಾಗಿ ಮಜ ಬಲರೆ ಧರೆಗಿದು ವಿಚಿತ್ರ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಾಯಿ.
ದೂತನೋರ್ವ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದನಲ್ಲ, ಬಾಲಕನೋರ್ವ ತುರಗವನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಯುದ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧನಾಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಎಂಬ ಹಾಗೆ. ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ, ನೋಡೋಣ ಬಾಲಕನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೇನಂತೆ.
ಕುದುರೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಯುದ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬಾಲಕ ನಾನೇ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಲವ. ಬಾ ಮುಂದೆ.
ತರಣಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮನನು ತರಣಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮನನು ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೇನೆಂಬ ಪರಮ ವಿಕ್ರಮಿಯ ನಾನು. ಗೆಲ್ಲುವೇನೆಂಬ ಪರಮ ವಿಕ್ರಮಿಯ ನಾನು. ಸುರನರದನೂಜರುಳ್ ಅರಿತಿಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ವದಿಯೇ. ಸುರನರದನೂಜರುಳ್ ಅರಿತಿಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ವದಿ. ತೆರೆದಿರು ಪ್ರಾಣವನು ಸಣ್ಣವನು ಸಣ್ಣವನು. ತೆರೆದಿರು ಪ್ರಾಣವನು ಸಣ್ಣವನು. ಅರಿತಿಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ವದಿ. ತೆರೆದಿರು ಪ್ರಾಣವನು ಸಣ್ಣವನು. ತೆರೆದಿರು ಪ್ರಾಣವನು. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಹುಡುಗ ಆ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮನನ್ನ ಗೆಲ್ಲುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುವವರು ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಯಾರು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಡ. ಅಂತ ಪರಾಕ್ರಮಿಯೋ
Yeah, that was it.
Another few minutes. Then Aishwarya Nityananda dance, exponent in the Bharatanatyam, one slope.
चतुर्भुजं शान्तं रक्तवर्णं स्मिताननं गरुड पटपत्रं च दुर्धुरम् अर्कपुष्पकम् गंगा चंद्र समायुक्तम् अपस्मार उपरि स्थितम् दक्षिणं कुञ्चितपादम् वामपादेषु उद्धृतम् सर्वं पूर्वं अभये अन्ये हस्तेषु डोलाटम् इदम् अग्निपात्रम् वामकर्णे च वक्त्रं च दक्षिणे अग्रकुण्डलम् अभन्तो हणिसंयुक्तम् सर्वाङ्गे भस्मधारिणम् एवं नटेश इत्युक्तो धातृमन्त्रेण पूजये नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय दश जबगड दश कपचट चटतो जब्बै शशसर हल
I mean, the Yakshaganam was by Anish, small boy. He's Kusa, Lava, Lava Kusa, and that is the Yakshaganam, which represents the Karnataka culture and civilization, because this Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendra from Bangalore, we just thought of it, and we should thank Veena and Nityananda to have given this kind, supplied this for our cultural program, and also and also Rupa, Dr. Rupa, for the Anish Nrutyam. And I think we have no words to describe wonderful presentation. Now, so Raghav Garu, and we'll ask the wrap up. No, you're mute. You are mute, Babu. No, we are not hearing.
Except two presentations. That is, one is Dr. Neelakantan and the other one is Dr. Suryanarayana. We have almost all the presentations and presenters. We congratulate and we thank all the presentations and for their wonderful presentations today. Thank you so much, sir. If you want, please add.
Yeah, Purni is there.
Purni
And
Subbu Garu, yeah, she will.
we need to just say she must be there. She is in Chicago. Purni, come up. You only were
Namaste.
here.
First of all, I would like to convey my pranams to our Guru, Dr. Prabhakar Kalyam, and all the scholars who are present here. And thanks to Dr. Anjaneya Prasad and Dr. Raghava Buddupalli for moderating the sessions. It was amazing session. And I would like to thank Shri Shivalingaya, Shri Kumaraswamy, and Srimati Sudha, and Uday Ravi and Sri Uday Ravi for giving a feast to our ears. And the inaugural speech by Professor Murli Madhavan and NVAK report by Sri Surendra Pujar and Dr. Srimati Kamala Arora. Thank you so much for doing that. And the keynote address by Professor C.M. Neelakantan, I think that was the one that was missed, right? So, but anyway, thank you. And great paper presentations by Dr. Ingla Halli on Saiva Agamas, and then Dr. Ghare on versions of Ramayana, Dr. Sampradanandam Mishra on Rishihood. That was something very new topic to me. And then Dr. Aparna there on Yagna, which was so amazing. And also the talk about Vivekananda by Dr. Anjaneya Prasad was really great. Brought back thoughts like, yeah, if everybody did follow Dr. Vivekananda, the world will be without any fanatism, and world will be a very peaceful place. You know. And then finally, the Yakshagana by Mr. Anish and Bharatanatyam by Aishwarya were feast to the eyes. Thank you so much for arranging all this, and Dr. Prabhakar Kalyam, and thank you all. Namaste.
Yeah, thank you for the very nice, appreciate it. And so we'll close with a prayer. Vasan sir, can you do a prayer?
Shivalinga will do it, I think.
Shivalinga, yeah.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryangaravavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. Sarve santu niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Ma kaschid dukkhabhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Shri Vasudevarpanamastu. Harihi Om Tat Sat.